time! Hit that like button, share it out. Let's go!
On the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And to quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in it. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh, no.
Holy Spirit,
no. Oh, no.
activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate.
We're breaking it down, baby. Let's go.
We're rolling through the night, feeling alive. In the gaming grind house, it's a wild ride. We're leveling up and we're ready to go. The party's just started, let the love flow. Get your hands up, let the beat take control. Jump and shout, let the good times unfold. We're dancing like nobody's watching tonight. Every moment's a memory, hold it tight. Get your hands up and hit that light. Party at the gaming grind house, it's a wild night. Raise your glasses and celebrate under the lights. Come on, let's ignite the fire, let's ignite the fire.
Hands in the air, let's go!
Come on, let's ignite the fire. Come on, let's ignite the fire. Come on, let's ignite the fire. Welcome to the place where the Philness sands. We got quality splits from Herman Hulse, my friend. No more settling for less, we demand the best. The grinders are here, we won't settle for less. Keep the staying finger at the door. We're leaving the past behind, we won't settle no more. Behind the frosty glass, we grind and we shine. Quality games on the rise, it's our time to shine. Behind the glass, we rise up and stand tall. No room for mediocrity, we won't fall. The grinders are here, we got what it takes. Quality games and success, no more mistakes.
Oh yeah, games are coming your way!
You wanna join the grind, get ready for the rush. We got the gaming news and we got the music crush. Gaming grind house, we're taking it to the top. Put on your headphones, let the beat drop.
Herman Splits! Shout out to the VIPs!
We're on the winning streak, get ready for the action and it's gonna make you weak. From RPGs to FPS, we got it all for you. Join the gaming grind house, it's where dreams come true. Become a gaming grinder, subscribe and never miss a beat. We'll take you on a ride to a gaming retreat. Unlock your high score, join the elite. Gaming Grindhouse, where the ultimate fit. Gaming Grindhouse, where the ultimate.
Yeah! Oh, baby, man, that gets me hyped up. Oh, yeah! Wow, that was some goodness. Shout out to the grinders coming on in. Let me fix my audio here. A little bit of a delay. There we go. I'm better now. All right. Whew. How's everybody doing out there? It's Monday, baby. We're in a gaming rut. Yeah, we're in a gaming rut. Yeah, that's one of the topics. So let me, you know what? I gotta turn that off. That is driving me crazy. I cannot deal with that. I'm trying to use that mic monitoring thing. Yeah, reverb, baby. I got my reverb in the in my my horns, like a reverb horns. Shout out to everybody coming on in here. Gaming Grindhouse is open. Shout out to Ron M, man. 5 VIPs, man. He came in. He handed out the VIP passes as you're waiting to come on into the Gaming Grindhouse. Shout out to Ron M, man. Yeah, thank you very much, man. Oh man, Ron knows. He knows his song's coming.
For being the ultimate gifting.
Yeah.
Grinders. Thank you, Ghost in the Garage Gaming, Twisted Sign, and SNK for being the ultimate chatting grinders. Shout out to you from Gaming
Oh
Grindhouse.
yeah. I like my reverbs. Nah, I fixed it. Oh yeah. Thanks, Ron M. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to all the VIPs, and shout out to everybody coming on in. Thank you again. Let's go. We're gonna do these topics now. Oh man. All right. Shout out to Platinum Ultimate Grinders. Yes, exactly. Yeah, if you got the VIPs, you can upgrade to the Ultimate Grinder and get access to the incredible songs that drop day one Grinds Pass. Oh man, and we just dropped one because of everything that's going on there. We just dropped one today for everybody in the public, but the VIP Ultimate Grinders have had access to that for a long time. You get day one. But yeah, these topics, man. Shout out to that. So if you get a VIP, use these emojis, flex them, definitely. And if you want to upgrade to the Ultimate, and you get incredible music day one made just for you on Ultimate Grinds Pass. So yeah, let's get into these things here. So I got some topics here. I'm gonna do some here's. What's up, JZ? How you doing, man? 1 year, let's go. Another one killing it as usual. Hey, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support everybody's doing, man. We're rocking this thing. The Grindhouse is going to the next level, baby. Next level. We're approaching 2,800 subscribers, man. I'm away at 3,000. 3,000. Let's get to that 3,000. Maybe by July. Who knows? June. But the grinders are coming on in, man. I appreciate everything. It really, doesn't really matter. I am glad that everybody, just keeps subscribing and seeing. Hey, I've been, I dropped some like classic Grindhouse things, dude. Like I was saying stuff 4 or 5 years ago, and I was just putting them out there because I was listening to them. I'm like, holy crap! Like it's crazy what has become, especially regarding with the Microsoft shit that's been going down. But before we get into the bad news, talking about ruts, right? Let's get into the good news, man, because apparently there's this gaming rut going on or something like that. Somebody's, Phil Spencer, took a piss in everybody's cereal in February, and everybody's just kind of down on games. But shout out to everybody coming on in here, man. Getting ready. Who's ready for that Stella Blades? Toolman, what's up? JC, Mr. Tennis, Consumptive Soul, Diablo Duck Meta, Silver Grizzly, Compost Smurf, LM Mod, the cat that never left. Oh man, meow, meow. Taryn, how you doing? Outside Gaming Night, what's up? Yeah, boy. What's up, yeah, boy? For Brizzles in the house. Maniolas, what's up? Ron M. We know Ron M came in here, handed out the passes. Maniolas, how you doing? El Nini. How you doing, El Nini? Ultimate Grinder right there. Bender of Strings, what's up, man? It's almost Thanksgiving. Oh, my goodness. Am I reading the wrong chats here? Mr. Tennis says DJ's in the building. DJ Jez. Just Wait says I'm doing full Euro trash. Oh, damn. Doesn't like my jams. Bruh, man from the 5th floor, what's up with gifting a member? Shout out to you, man. Welcome to the VIPs. party with Herman Holtz. He's serving margaritas this evening. We're having margaritas tonight. True Virgil dangling from the ball sacks. How you doing, True Virgil? Hopefully it's not too hot and humid under there where Herman Holtz quality nuts. But shout out to you. Thanks for coming on in, True Virgil. Now on the Ultimate Grinding VIP list. He brought his friend Herman Holtz with him. But yeah, True Virgil's hanging out over there with those dudes. Twisted Sin, how you doing, man? $5. He goes, you know it's bad out here if they're making rumors about Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. Oh, yeah. You can see how I typed it in there. Very meme style. Like, you know, just capitals and little cases because, you know, those rumors there. Mr. Tennis, grab my Blue Moon. Choose your drink. Herman Holtz. What's up, True SSJ? How you doing, man? That's right. Andy NG, how you doing? Richard Farmer, yo. John Wayne. We got John Wayne here. Man, incredible. Soul for Life, Sam C, how you doing? Stella Blade week, baby. That's right, Neil. I'm hyped up, man. I'm playing some of that stuff. Yeah, I've been playing some of that Stella Blade demo. Man, I'm loving it, man. I love the music. The music is great. It's great. And I just picked up another pair of headphones because, you know, I'm like crazy. I got some crazy tech going on here. I'm going to do definitely other videos, kind of gearheads. I'm going to do some ones. I just got these brand new, because I'm a headphone junkie. I just got these brand new Black Shark version 2 PlayStation edition headphones. So I just got these. I got them in white. They had the Black Shark version 2 Razer headphones that came out last year. They have an incredible microphone, so I plan on doing some streaming with these. But these are the PlayStation versions, not by Sony. These are PlayStation branded ones. They come with the dongle, the USB-C. But what's nice about these is that your EQ equalizers work from the phone, so it transfers from PC to game for PlayStation. Whereas the Razers from last year didn't do that. They only took it from PC, was able to use the equalizers and settings, and then it was just like out of the box for PlayStation. So it wasn't a great console PC experience using them. But I'm gonna do a review and show you them on there, and then also I got some other cool tech in the house. Also, I got a brand new desk here because my other desk broke when I was, the last show. The floor broke out of the desk. Put my feet on it, broke it. So I got a new kind of graphite LED desk. They're called the Black Shark version 2, Black Shark V2 PlayStation. You see the difference is that they have a USB-C dongle that doesn't cover the port on the front of the PlayStation. They're $199. And you could get last year's. They work great too, but they have an incredible microphone. The microphone is like the best wireless microphone there. So just to kind of let you know, I got another headset because I'm nuts. But talking about music, playing Stella Blade, I'm loving the music of it, and I'm really hyped about what's going to be happening, this week. I think reviews drop on Wednesday for Stella Blade. Predictions of reviews and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to go crazy with the whole sexuality and all that other stuff. I don't know if people are going to go there with it. Hopefully they've seen enough to kind of know that, hey, this is not a surprise, and, dip scores because of silly things like that. I think the gameplay from what I played in the demo, I think giving a demo was a great idea because it let people know this is not Devil May Cry. This is definitely akin to more of a challenge of a parry system and things like that. Things along the lines of more of like a Ninja Gaiden, a Souls type thing. You have little setups where you could level up at camps and things like that and do that kind of boss fights in the sense. And it's all about parrying and stuff like that. It's not about mashing the button on that one. So I'm really, really excited, looking forward to it. I'm still plugging away at Final Fantasy VII. And then I'm also going with, and still, plugging away at Helldivers 2 because I love that game. Just keep getting those. As soon as they tell me that there's a mission, I have to go in there and get my my requisitions, my points, my things. But yeah, it's been great, dude. I've been jumping on the portal, doing some things there. I've been playing, as you see, some PC streaming as well. I do like that Pacific Drive. I think that is a very interesting game. I've been playing some more of that. I streamed for it last weekend to check that out. And then also I've been playing Contra. Just like on my Legion Go, that Contra Operation Galuga. Man, love that. Love my 80s Operation Galuga. Oh man, Operation Galuga. Oh yeah, yo, that Contra is pretty awesome too. I do have to say. I do like my jam. And Rebirth is so good too. Yeah, but anyway. Hit me with Operation Galuga. I haven't tried the code yet. I haven't done the code though. I haven't put the code. I gotta try it. I haven't tried the code on that one, but it's good. Yeah, Immortal of Avium. I have not tried that yet. I've downloaded it. I haven't tried it yet on that one. But yeah, see, Richard Farmer's been playing Pacific Drive. Yeah, man. Like, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. At first, I was like, what the hell is going on here? You could tell from my stream. And then I'm kind of liking it. I like the little bit of the loop there, you know, and you have to get the hell out of there. But that car, man, fighting that car, it's been wild. But I'm definitely enjoying that game, man. Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be great for the Portal. Like it's a good looking game, but it definitely a unique aspect to the Pacific Drive. Like, I'm really, really like that. And then the other thing, you know, to get into the topic of Fallout, you know, I watched the show. The Fallout show was awesome. I really enjoyed it. I'm not a huge Fallout fan. Like, I like Fallout. I play it. The best thing I loved about Fallout was the VATS system. I love doing the VATS and all that other stuff. Like, that was the coolest part. But I'm more of like, I like more of like Oblivion and Skyrim and things like that. I kind of like the fantasy aspect of it. Fallout is just so dreary and things like that. I just couldn't get into it. I like the kind of the fantastical fantasy worlds that they had with Oblivion and Skyrim and things like that. So, but Fallout wasn't my huge. I like the story of it. I thought it was interesting, but the TV show was great, and you could see with quality, people want to play the game, and that's why we've seen an uptick. Plus, it's been like $5 everywhere. But I encourage you to watch the show. The show is really good, whether you've seen it or not. You know, I definitely think you should check it out, whether you like Fallout or not. I mean, you know, definitely suggest for you to check that out on that. It's a really good show. To binge watch it, hey, I watched it all. It was really well done, gory, really good. I thought it was pretty good there with the Fallout 2. But you see, you know, we haven't really spoke about when Halo and Master Chiefs came out. Was there an uptick in Halo games? No, there wasn't, because that show did nothing for the franchise. It was like Steven Spielberg was on drugs and made this show. Let's take off his armor. Let's put Cortana in his ass. It was horrible. It did nothing. I watched the last episode of season 2 is basically what it should have started at. 2 years, 2 seasons of Halo Infinite, of Halo Paramount Plus Master Chiefs Edition. And finally, in the last episode, when he finally gets to the ring, the last episode of season 2, it's like, oh, maybe we're going to do something here. But the whole season of 2, they took away his armor. He's running around giving clotheslines to elites with no armor on. What the hell's going on here? That doesn't do anything for the game, because you don't play as Master Chief outside the armor. It was ridiculous. But you see, you do Fallout quality, people play. That's what happens. We talked about how many people were playing the game, the uptick in Last of Us. And Sony was waiting right there with the remaster. Unfortunately, with Fallout, they don't have anything planned. They're remastering some stuff, but they're like, the next kind of Fallout story you're going to get is going to be years from now. Who knows when? Great foresight on that one, guys. Ron M says Sony might be buying Paramount. The first thing Sony gonna do is get some armor on Master Chief's ass. Master Chief gets in his armor. That's the first thing Sony do. They're gonna dress Master Chief like a goddamn Barbie doll. That's what they're gonna do. Andy NG with the 5. He goes, Jez, have you seen Stella Blade statue figure? It looks fire. Hope they have for pre-order. Yes, I did see that. I did not get it, but I did see that. And Sony's going all out with Stella Blade marketing. Just to jump back to Stella Blade, Sony's going all out with you know, they just did a visual comic, graphic comic. They did that video where they had the actors and stuff like that. They had a kind of a video kind of hype reel in that as well. They've had that. And now they got a graphic novel type of a video graphic novel. They're really, this is how you build excitement for a brand. This is a new IP. This is a risk. Like, you know, Sony hasn't worked with them before. And now you embrace it. You get people interested in the universe. This is what you do. You don't hide it. You don't put it behind closed doors. You don't put it behind green screens and have devs pointing at TVs and doing cartwheels at the hall. You don't show a dev sitting there smiling, ordering a cappuccino and saying it's great to work here when you're trying to show somebody a new game, a new IP. That's not what you do. You show the game, you show the environment, you show the characters, you do things for the characters. This is what you do. You get people excited for it. But you show the game. You don't just do the comic. You show the game. People had a demo in hand. You show the game. You let people try the game out. This is what you do. And then you could do the graphic novels. Because Starfield, they just did a cartoon. And they're like, yeah, here you go. It's like, no, man, where's the game? There's a cartoon. Leading up, here's a cartoon. But that's how you market, and that's how you get people interested in the game. Plus, it's a great-looking game. Exactly, Chad. You know, yes, the video billboard they had. No devs on scooters, Shiloh. That's right. Freeweight said pre-order Stella Blade through GameStop. That's what he says. No cartwheels. That's right, Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf in the house. That's right. We don't have a dev ordering a cappuccino going, smiling, going, oh, is it lunch? Is it lunch yet? Did we get lunch? Is Phil serving mimosas? Did Booty come in here? Did Booty enter the studios yet? No. And then, by the way, in incredible gaming news, you know, why not? Because we are in such in a gaming rut. Why don't we go a little bit lower than that? Exciting news over at Rare. Absolutely astounding. Was it about Everwild?
Prepare ship! Prepare ship!
Oh, no, not Everwild. Was it about a new game?
Prepare ship! Prepare ship! For ludicrous speed!
No.
Fasten all seatbelts! Seal all entrances and exits! Close all shops in the mall! Cancel the free-range circus! Secure all animals in the zoo!
No. But Rare, this is gaming news, I guess, nowadays. I don't know. But apparently, like, you know, great for Earth Day and Earth Day news and all that, the goodness, I guess. But apparently Rare has turned into a solar farm. Ladies and gentlemen, Microsoft Rare Studios, they expanded their space and they took Bond X, probably the Bond that was building Everwild, and they took it and they made it a solar farm. Look what they did. They replaced developers with plants. That's what they did. They said, put some plants in the office. And Rare recycles too. Matty Beast with the breaking news. Matty Beast, breaking news. Rare recycles too. Holy man.
Hold on.
That is breaking news.
Holy Spirit, activate.
My goodness, Matty Beast.
Spirit,
Ladies and gentlemen, Matty Beast just broke the
Spirit,
news.
Activate. Activate.
He just broke the news.
Activate.
Jesus. Matty B, I can't believe it. We got insiders all over the place. Matty Beast just said they recycle.
You're my number one customer.
Incredible. Absolutely astounding.
One of the things I really love about being here is the families that are here.
Rare, I'm sorry, Rare. Bond X looks like it's been abandoned. Has anybody been making games in Bond X? What happened? This is a studio. This looks like an abandoned house. What, you supposed to be making games? Look at this place. Who does their landscaping? This place looks abandoned. Rare. What happened? This is news. Twisted Sin with the 5. He goes, also, Stella Blade is not getting censored globally. Yes, I did see that. That is almost unheard of in Japan because of the gore is a big thing. No go over there. That's right. That is very interesting. Yes, I did see that. Thank you, Twisted Sin, with the super chat. Shout out to you. But this is what Booty has done. Booty. They look like they need some coffee over there. Booty just upgraded. Now he not only does he serve coffee, now Booty does fertilizer as well.
I think it's time we tried something new.
Booty says, what? Now he's the green thumb. Booty's the green thumb. Yo, I just think they took photos of an abandoned rare studio and said it's green. Don't you tell me they made a video about the abandoned place. A 4-minute video, Rare. Are you kidding me?
Making with sustainability at its heart. Our new barn, which we opened last year, is not only an expansion to our existing Rare campus, but a demonstration of leading-edge sustainability and environmental design, having been recently accredited LEED Gold certification. It's been incredible to have a blank canvas to create a future-focused workspace that promotes collaboration and is a fun, energizing...
Yo, where's the cartwheel guy? Where is Sue on the moped? What are we doing here? Goddamn Captain Planet over here. This is news. They got it. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Collaborative space, so it's very easy to go and talk to the people. And also we're surrounded by nature in the sense of not only out the windows, where you can actually look out into the fields and the trees beyond, but also we've got lots of natural plants around us, and just that wholesome environment for building things.
With everybody.
They just said they don't need the offices anymore because all they need is the frosted glass room. That's all they need. All they need is the frosted glass, and the rest of it could be plants. Sony showed them that they don't need all the people in the hallways. Sony showed them all they need is a frosted glass room, and we're good. Where's Everwild? Is this holy? Look at the what? Are these actors? What? Look at this. He has the booty coffee.
You can pop up, you can go, oh, I know something about that, or I know who you can talk to, so it's definitely helped with
collaboration. Dude, there's a plant in his face.
The barn always feels like a...
Pop up, you can go, oh, I know something about that, or I know who you can...
Dude, look at this. You imagine I'm going to talk to you, but I'm going to talk to you through these plants? Holy jeez, what are we doing here?
Our console that somehow we're going to win the console race, and it doesn't really lay into the reality of most people. Like 90% of the people.
Oh man. Oh my gosh. This is what they're doing here. Holy Spirit. He's like, guys, let me talk to you through these trees and this plant. And all these trees and all this plant. How you doing, Phil? How's today going?
Talk to, so it's definitely helped.
It's going great. I'm doing nothing. Look at it. I'm surfing the internet.
The barn always feels like a hub of activity. It's really easy to get involved in people's conversations and share problems.
Where's the lady sitting on a desk? Get her a friggin' chair. Get her a chair. Why is her ass on my desk?
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you. I make you laugh.
Get that lady a chair. Her ass should not be on the desk. That's where they serve brunch.
And solutions really quickly. That's been really...
That's the boss. I guess you could sit her ass on the desk. I don't know.
Empowering, and that's with your direct team, but also with teams that you perhaps don't work with day to day. Like, it's a super great space for kind of cross-team collaboration.
I see a person coming down on a scooter.
Cross-corridor conversation, stopping at people's desks. Oh, hey, cool. What are you working on?
What are you working on? What are you working on?
Enough from me. We're gonna have the games to...
Talk about a gaming rut!
Oh, it's nice. Oh, I ever heard you doing this? Or, you know, they hear a playtest happening and sort of wander up. You really get to appreciate...
People will be going home with allergies.
The other the other folk making their craft, and you can see all the joy on their screen, be it a pretty picture or even just wandering over and see how other features are going.
There's a big kitchen area with kind of a table where you can talk and have kind of a more collaborative, like casual area with kind of a table where you can talk and have
all the joy on their screen, be it a pretty picture or even just wandering over and see how other features are going.
There's a big kitchen area with kind of a table where you can talk and have kind of a more collaborative, like casual, just chat or catch up with people or a coffee. You feel kind of inspired.
Other features are going.
There's a big kitchen area with kind of a table where you can...
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh, no.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Your boy says it's a weed farm. Dude, that's a Phil Spencer. Holy Jesus. The game night with $5. He goes, hey, Rare, can we get an Everwild update? Rare says, did you say solar farms? Exactly. Phil, we're listening. This girl's hyping up that kitchen area with the coffee. Holy jeez. This shit writes itself. It writes itself. I haven't said anything. All I do is hit the play button and ask where are the games at. Talk about a gaming rut. I didn't see anybody bringing this up as a gaming rut. Holy crap. We got a weed farm over there at Rare. Bond X has become a the hot box.
With kind of a table where you can talk and have kind of a more collaborative, like casual, just chat or catch up with people or a coffee. You feel kind of inspired by how beautiful it is.
Producer Amy Jones, you're a producer of what? What are you producing, Amy Jones? What are you making here? It's great that you got a coffee table. I'm glad that Phil Spencer doesn't have you working out in the barn. I'm so glad that you got these amenities. But what do you do here? What are you making? You can't be all doing Sea of Thieves updates. That's behind the frosted glass. What do you do here? I bring the receipts down the hall to Fred. Well, why can't Fred just get the receipts himself? No, I'm a people person. Amy Jones is the producer. What? What are you producing?
And kind of relaxed, which it just makes the working day more enjoyable when your surroundings are nicer.
Barnex is such a massive space that there's loads of different areas to do.
Holy jeez.
Hold on.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh, no.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Where?
Holy
Where's
Spirit,
Everwild?
Activate.
We hear you, Phil says we're listening. So we're going to take 4 games and port them over to PlayStation. So we're going to take 4 games. Rare is building weed farms. I don't see 1 ounce of people making games. I've seen the kitchen. I've seen the weed farms. I've seen the plants. I've seen the office setup. I've seen the chess.
Do all different kinds of activities. So
where are the games at? Where do they make the games?
You're my #1 customer.
This looks like how Home and Gardens. Is this HSN? Is that what this is? Is this Phil Spencer trying to show HSN? Because I can't believe we're talking to a game studio and they took a whole ass time of 4 minutes to show that they put plants in the building and have a coffee room. Phil Spencer, you're listening to the fans. You listening. We hear you. They just took Sea of Thieves and ported it to the PlayStation 5. You don't think Let's Do Rare announce their next game or show something new coming down the pipeline? Let's Do Rare and show them that they went to Home Depot and bought a whole bunch of houseplants. That's what we're doing. Is that Phil with his ear to the ground? I hear you. I'm listening. Remember, they could hear you, but are they listening to you? This shows he hears you, but he's not listening. That's right. Oh, Matt Booty put some coffee trees. Yo, these are all coffee beans. He has some coffee trees. Ron M, he goes, this is it's member for 17 months. He goes, is this a producer and the actors that will appear in the next game? Dude, I have no clue. I don't know what she's producing. What are they working on? The Game Night 123 with the 2, he says, Bond X sounds like a name Elon will come up with. Yeah, I'm sure. Michael Meridian with a Gaming Grindhouse gifted. Yeah. Thank you again. I guess we'll watch the rest of it, see if they show anything. Bond X. That has nothing to do with the Series X. Man, whenever they put X in front of something, we're in trouble.
The desk areas are really nice and spacious and comfortable to work in.
Where the work is. Oh, man. Where the hell? Oh, man, I got to see something. You gotta see. Oh, my God. Phil Spencer, man. The ear to the ground, this guy. Oh, my goodness. I said Herman Holtz will go over there. Dude, if Herman Holtz walked into this thing, I got to do a whole skit of Herman Holtz. If Herman Holtz walked into this place, he would have came around with the plant killer. He would have bought that shit from Home Depot and killed all these plants. He would have said, what the fuck is this? He goes, give me my pesticides and my plant killers. Where's the bleach? Philip, Herman Holtz would have sprayed bleach on everything green in there going, this is bullshit. I want 2 computers where the plants are. That's what he would say. Holy crap. Herman Holtz would go in there. He goes, what the hell is this? He's like, I'm allergic to these plants. He would have went in there with bleach and sprayed the shit out of everything. There's weeds. He would have went in there with weed killer. Oh, damn. Oh, my God. Herman Holtz. Listen. Guys, we got, look at this. This is man, he always says he's going there with a flamethrower. Oh shit. Straight to the teeth. Yo, Herman Holtz. Here he goes. Ready? Oh, pshaw! Herman Holtz will jump into that studio and go, pshaw! This is what Herman Holtz does. Yo, he'll go pull his grind with the amount of drop kicks he's gonna do at this friggin' Xbox Studios. He would go in there. He would go to Bond X with some weed killer and just be drop kicking people. This is what Herman Holtz will do. Holy shit. No scooters. No cartwheels. This is what. Get the hell out of here with this shit. Oh my God, Phil. That's what Herman will do. Get the hell out of here. Herman wouldn't have any of this shit. He would have go in there with some Home Depot grade A weed killer and spray the shit of everything.
Oh shit.
What's up, Frog? How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Do you see this bullshit that's going on here? I'm watching this video that Microsoft dropped about Rare's next game. It's called Bond X. Shit. They basically turn the place into a weed farm and solar panels, and there's plants everywhere. There's goddamn Captain Planet's wet dream.
What's the game called?
It's called Bond X. I'm watching the video now, but I just showed. There's no computer. There's a bunch of plants. They decided to go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of plants and make a video about it. But let me show you a sample, Frog. Just as I'm wrapping up this video here, I'm going to show you a sample. That's right, Corndam Van Holst. Look at this. So here's Bond X.
And I've got a bunch of added bonuses, like being able to move the desk from a sitting position to a standing position.
They got
and
motorized desks.
Personal light source.
The privilege of building a new building is you can start with.
Is this a recruitment video? What channel is this on? This is on Rare's thing, Bond X. Holy crap. They're showing they got eco desks.
So thinking about not only the team goals and company goals we have as Rare, but
games,
also
guys?
When you think about a new building, how does sustainability feature into that?
Now, okay. So here we go. Now this is Bond X, and here's Sony's Shift Up. Let's watch. Let's see. This is Stella Blade devs. Let's see the plants. Oh, man. Look at this. Uh-oh. I don't see any smiling. I see work. Look at this guy. Work. that game. Make those quality games. Yeah, intensity. Let's go. Make it the best. My $70 is oozing. Let's go. Mocap that.
Oh, that's right. Shift Up is in Seoul, Korea. I forgot.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it work. Look at this. The analysis. The intensity. The perfection. Look at this. Oh, mocap says. Let's go. Look. Oh, man. Make it the best. Now let's go back to the weed farm. Go back to the weed farm. Tell us about those desks again.
Working, and I've got a bunch of added bonuses like being able to move the desk from a sitting position to a standing position and your own personal light source.
The privilege of building
a personal light source. Where was this guy working before? Did they not have a lamp for his desk? This guy's hyping up that they gave him a personal light source.
Wait, where's the game at? I'm confused.
There is no game. Microsoft made a whole 4-minute video on how they turned one of Rare's studios into a greenhouse. And people got to work in there. Hope they don't have allergies. But this guy's hyping up a moving desk and a personal light source. In other words, a lamp. This guy says they gave us lamps, bitch. Amazon, $10. He could have got a personal light source, all he wanted. This guy's hyping up a lamp. They gave us a lamp.
And your own personal light source.
The privilege of building a new building.
Gee, Microsoft thought of everything. Phil didn't leave one table unturned. He goes, guys, guess what? I'm going all out here. I want everybody to have a desk lamp, please. A desk lamp. Yes, I'm ordering a desk lamp. I'm going all out with my studios. Desk lamps. Personal light source, we're going to call them. To be fancy, it's a personal light source. I want lamps for everybody has a lamp.
And your own personal light source.
My goodness. My goodness.
Sir, do we get the win this time?
True Virgil says it's not just the lamp. True Virgil he sees what Phil's giving him.
Building is you can start with a blank sheet of paper. So thinking about not only the goals we have, so
are we done?
Materials, how do we want it to look? What do we want the impact of that building to be in the short term to people's lives, but also in the long term for the...
I wonder at the end they're going to go, move that bus! Move that bus!
The studio.
Sustainability is so important. It's something I'm actively trying to do in my home life, my personal life. I think we all are. And being able to bring that into a working environment is just kind of a cherry on the cake.
One of the things that I love most working at Rare is that I'm surrounded by colleagues and peers who share my values. And one of those is doing what we can to keep this little blue dot that we all share and call home alive. And I think what's really cool about people at Rare is not only that they hold those beliefs, but that they expound their energy and their creativity and their time to go make a difference there. So at Rare, we have all sorts of stuff that we do for the environment. We've organized litter picking. We have beekeepers on site, and you can...
Let's talk about Game Pass a little bit more, since that's a big bet for Microsoft. How many subscribers do we have now? And it does seem like a really good deal for the consumer, but what about the Microsoft investor?
I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way.
Mind you, the last game that Rare released was in 2018, Sea of Thieves. And then they ported over the game to PlayStation in 2024. They got beekeepers there. I would expect to see the beekeepers over at Grounded, over at Obsidian.
Buy Rare honey from Reset.
Holy Jesus Christ. Dude, I can't.
Enough from me.
I can't.
We're going to have the game.
They make their own honey. Holy shit.
I don't play this game.
Oh my God.
I don't play this game.
They've been making honey with the Game Pass money since 2018. They decided to have their own bees and make their own honey. The fucking games. Phil, what are we doing here?
Sign me please, I will bend over and touch. Mine is tell me it's better when we all play and make exclusive games and like
they make their own honey.
Oh, face, thank you, Phil.
Oh, they got me good. A game studio is making their own honey from their own bees. Oh my God, I'm going down the whole list.
Wait, just wait.
Oh my God, dude.
There will be a
oh my God, they make their own. Get it, Frog. It's been since 2018 they put out a game and they got a whole slew of rare honey. They're making money on the side. Phil, Rare's selling honey as a side job. Oh my God. The bees are doing more work than the goddamn studios. Holy shit. Mad booty honey. Damn, they got the bees doing more work than the goddamn game studios. Holy shit. Those bees are making 10 jars a day. Holy Jesus. I got it. Oh my God.
Deception.
We're making games which can...
Oh shit, this guy said finally. At 3:50, 10 minutes before the video's over, the guy said the word games. After they talked about the honey. Holy shit.
On site and you can buy rare honey from reception.
We're making games which can be sometimes seen as a frivolous way of using power, but the fact that the building is powered by the sun, a solar farm just next door, you're effectively making games powered by the world itself, which is just so meaningful.
Making what games?
And they're killer games that are it's the little Animal Crossing. And their little gaga.
Holy shit. Dude, that is like oh my God. I had no clue it went into making honey with the bees and all the other stuff. That is Phil, yeah, you know what? Oh my God. Let's, you know what? Matt Booty's gonna go in there and fix things up, right? Matt Booty gonna go in there and break it down for us, right? Matt Booty? Come on, Matt Booty. Tell me that there's hope, that you're going to go in there. Because I know. Let's see. Matt Booty's going to go in there. Matt Booty, tell them what you do. Matt Booty's going to go fix it. They got away with this. He says, honey, Matt Booty's going to take care of it.
In 2018, I was very privileged and lucky to take on the
job.
Tell them,
Matt Booty. Tell them what you do there. You're going to fix it, right?
All of our studio heads and creators across Xbox Game Studios.
Awesome. So, like, what does that actually mean in terms of working with these studios? Because you hear about this, like, head of Xbox Studios, but what does it mean to manage all of these studios? And what's kind of like a day in the life?
Get rid of that honey.
Yeah. Well, there's two versions of that, the reality and then what I wish it was. So, in my ideal version of a day, I would just spend, all day checking in with the teams, getting to see the game, talking about what they're working on, being able to travel, visit the studios. And those are really the magical times and the magical moments, right? When we get to go visit. And, we were just recently down checking in with Double Fine, and earlier in the summer down in Southern California with Obsidian and In Exile, our studio in Santa Monica. That is really the fun part, and just really the core of it. Really what my job comes down to is making sure that our studios have what they need to make great games. So whether that's being the interface to help with budgeting, to help with planning, to help with resourcing, it's really to make sure that when they come to work, that there are as many obstacles removed as possible so that they can just focus on the game. So the more that they in a studio,
making quality suck, but Phil says it's a go.
What do you do here?
Even with trash finger, I'ma touch the sky. Oh yeah, booty bounce, trash finger quality. Yeah, Game Pass, got my back, don't you see?
Oh Oh my God, booty bounce. He's still trying to explain what he's doing.
The more that studio's got to worry about what's going on back at Xbox or worry about budgeting or planning.
So he's aware of the rare honey and that they had the bees doing more work than the game devs.
It just takes away from working on the game. So my day.
Oh, but making honey, that don't take away from the game. Who's watching those bees? Dude's like, yo, I need those assets for tomorrow. Maybe the game. Hold on. The bees, I got to go clean the wax. The bees are making the honey for rare honey. I'm sorry. I can't do I cannot do those animations. I got to go out there in the field and get the honey from the bees.
Is a combination of air traffic control and firefighting to just make sure that they have got everything that they need to go make a great game.
I was going to ask, so you...
My goodness. That is the Vegas answer of a person that's supposed to have their finger, a trash finger, on the pulse. That is the, well, I just make sure nothing gets in the way, and I top off their creamers, make sure they got enough coffee grinds. Under Phil Spencer, Rare, who used to make incredible games, Sony and Nintendo had them working on. They're now making honey. Holy crap. Thanks, Booty. I guess there's no hope there.
You're my number one customer.
LM says Booty's the beekeeper. Oh, shit. That's some trash-ass goddamn bee honey. I won't touch that shit finger honey. Oh, man. The game night with the 5, he goes, Rare. Hey, Booty. We need a soul. Wait, what the hell's going on with my thing here? We need a soul farm in order to make great games, Booty. Sure thing, Rare. Whatever you say. I don't want to get in your way. That's right. He says, order them from Home Depot. Have them ship a whole bunch of plants over there. We'll make a 4-minute video. Is your coffee topped off? Do I need a couple more beans? A couple more beans? Holy shit. The creamers, they're good. Sejo says, making honey doesn't take away from the games, Booty. Oh, shit. The honey is for the next Banjo-Kazooie game. Guys, the last game they made, in all seriousness, they made hell. Sea of Thieves has been carried on since 2018. The housefly that never died. Then they took them behind the frosted glass and they made the PlayStation 5 version. Rare. They were Power Corps, Conker, Banjos 1 or 2. Donkey Kongs, they'll make. Rare. They resorted them. They said, you're not using your space. We're going to turn you into a greenhouse. And you got bees to make honey. They sell their own honey. The studio sells honey. With their own bees. Oh,
everything that we are doing with our content, with our
they're like, you know what? Have GoldenEye, Josh. They're like, have the AI make the games. We'll make the devs go out there and do some farm work. Holy shit! Oh man! They're making honey. They're flexing that shit too. Holy Jesus! Oh. Now we know what Rare's next game is. Who the hell knows? My God. But Frog, let me just bring up the next topic. Now that we saw all the hard work that Rare's doing to make an incredible game.
Sure.
Apparently, we're in a gaming rut. Do you feel that we're in a gaming rut?
Man. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that gaming is in a weird space at this point. I do think there's something going on with gaming. I won't necessarily say a rut. I will just say that gaming, the people who are gaming are changing the way they're playing games. And what I mean by that is, I think that we're in a generation that's very unique. And the reason it's very unique is because we're still getting cross-generation games. So games are still coming on PS4 and PS5. I don't think until and we're going on with this the 4th year. I don't think we're going to really see or feel any difference until games stop coming cross-gen. So it's not. Maybe it's a rut to a certain extent, but I just think that people aren't supporting the games as they used to. And I give you an example: Final Fantasy 7. And people talking about the sales. It sold 3.5 million. Didn't sell as many as yada yada.
I have a question. Who announced the sales of Final Fantasy yet?
They haven't. Square themselves hasn't announced the sales. This is all rumor mill.
So rumored rut.
So if we go with the rumor, mill,
and who's the rumor created by?
What's
Sony?
The name? No, it's not Sony. It's not an official. It's not anything official. So here's what I'm saying.
Xbox
if we go
Era?
by,
who started this rumor?
It's a rumor through a third party source.
So
if we go with the rumor mill,
do they have an X in their name?
In the appearance of how we're looking at gaming now, gaming is games aren't selling as well. Big games aren't selling as well. And so the theory and the mindset is, well, because it didn't sell as good as their predecessor, they didn't sell as good as what came before it. It obviously it's an L or it's a failure. And I don't really see it like that when, the install base still isn't there. When you look at what Final Fantasy remaster.
So let me just I just want to make sure now. So when we look at the sales, if we ever find out of Hellblade 2, that should be lights out and sell so much more than the first one, right? But the sequel, it's on everything. I'm assuming Hellblade 2 is going to be looked at that analysis as well. Or they're going to say...
and it's not because...
It won't be.
Because... And the reason it won't be and the reason it isn't is because it's a different game from the first one. It's different.
It's the same game.
It's not the same game. It's not the same game.
Yeah,
it's the same game.
Attracting a new audience.
It's the same game in theory, but it's from a whole different perspective. Because if I set somebody down that played Hellblade 2, never played the first one, and say here's Hellblade 1, they are similar in certain things they do, but they completely and aesthetically play different. They're not the same game.
It's the same game. Frog, let me ask you a question. If we were in a gaming rut, would that mean that there are no games? See, this is the thing that I think is getting confused.
No.
I agree that there is something going on with the layoffs.
There's something going on
and the layoff stuff, because that's where see
stuff. It's not just PlayStation though. It's the industry across the industry.
Yeah, because they're laying. Listen, do you remember during the pandemic, the restaurant businesses were shutting down, supermarkets were milk and all this stuff was falling apart. What was the only thing that was immune to the pandemic?
Entertainment.
Exactly. Streaming services, gaming at home. I was playing games with people that didn't even know a game exists. I was like setting up goddamn video games over online, Zoom call, all this stuff. The gaming industry was immune.
Yeah,
subscriptions were growing crazy. Nobody was allowed to leave. The world's it was immune.
You remember what happened though, Jazz? Movies that would have it launched in the theater were coming to subscription services.
They were coming, Mortal Kombat. Yeah. All your movies, everything was there. So during that whole thing, hairdresser, all that stuff, they had this huge bubble and they were immune to it. They hired and all that stuff. And I can even see it in the work, like people were moving around and all over this place. Listen, I'm not going to make, layoffs suck. And, what I say is I wish the industry had better foresight into seeing this stuff, because I can't believe that all these people didn't think that this was going to last forever. That was a unique global situation that was an outlier. And you even see the way Microsoft talked about their subscription numbers during that time. Satya was dropping millions every third quarter. He's like, we're at 5 million, we're at 10 million, we're at 15 million. He couldn't shut up. He wasn't stuttering then. He wasn't stuttering. We were at 15 million. Everybody's
about
like,
money.
Dude, Satya was dropping subscription numbers every time they dropped their numbers. And then all of a sudden, the pandemic stopped. Everybody went back to work. And what happened? Satya shut the hell up. He wasn't talking about subscriptions. And then we get Phil Spencer going, it's flatlining, we're not growing. Oh, all of a sudden. But Satya was dropping the numbers. When we were in the pandemic, 2020, 2021, Satya like 5. People are sitting there going, if they're doing 25 million a year, they're gonna be at 50 million in 3 years. Game Pass wins, man.
And that's not what happened.
And the bubble bursted. Nobody sat there going, guys,
happened.
We can't carry these subscriptions for the next decade because these subscriptions were created because nobody was allowed to go anywhere. And now all these subscriptions increasing their prices. The numbers are not stable. People are going back to where they want to do. And now the industry's like, oops, we staffed up for this.
Got a question. So when you say gaming rut, you don't mean gaming drought. It's two different things.
No,
right?
that's what they're trying to spin it as. They're trying to say that
I don't think it's a gaming drought. No, it's not a gaming drought. The reason I say it's not a gaming drought.
They're saying it's a gaming drought.
We're getting plenty of. It's not even a gaming rut. We're getting plenty of quality software. But even the AA games and some of the AAA games are not being sold in the capacity they used to be sold. So people are having this narrative.
How is that when we look at how Hogwarts Legacy sold last year and the sales from last year and what everybody did last year?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think
big
people
games
have
sold. Subscriptions went down.
If we look at big games sold compared from last year to this year. I don't know what happened going into this year. I just don't think that, in my heart, I just don't think people are buying I think people were buying, to me, I think people were buying certain hardware a lot more than the software because it's kind of like obviously PlayStation is being sold, Switch is declining, people want a new console, and Xbox is just, it's an afterthought. People have, in my opinion, as June comes along and by the end of this year, people have made up their mind that they don't want an Xbox. They don't. There's no reason to have an Xbox.
But this whole rut thing is it relative to sales, console sales, or relative to game sales?
It's relative. I think people are buying, in a lot of ways, with PlayStation. People are buying the hardware. They're just not buying as much software. And I think it's one of those things. People that have PS4s are converting over. They're getting PS5s now because you can find them. So I think they're getting them. With Xbox, people are buying Series S's, and I think what's happening with Xbox is what we said before. Developers don't want to create for the Series S.
Aaron says he thinks it's the $70 games.
No, I don't even think it's $70 games.
We had $70 games all last year, and they were selling.
When people say $70 games,
$70 games didn't just start this year.
$70 games started back.
That's a problem.
$70 games started back on the Super Nintendo and the N64. We had 70. People. I don't know how young Aaron is, but people forget we had $70 games before. When the CD came, we dropped the price of games.
Over the last couple of years, though.
Yeah. We dropped the price of games when the CD format came out because it was cheaper, and then it went from 39 to 49 to 49, from 49 to 59. 59, it stayed 59. This is what kills me. Gaming stayed at 59 forever. People forget through the 360 generation and through the PS4 generation, games were $60. That's almost more than 2 decades of gaming. Like I don't get
what I don't
when you
get
when you talk about. I don't understand why people wouldn't think this would raise. You have to be you have to be young to think that game, like, you obviously either started gaming really young, you don't know the gaming landscape, or you really don't understand. Like 360 PS4 era, gaming was $60.
He says you raised by 10 to buy a few $70 games. You stop buying them at $70. You mean like Redfall? Because that was the ultimate burn right there, right?
I mean.
So Aaron, you're done buying Xbox games because Redfall was the worst example of $70 right there. That was
here's the other thing. Here's the other thing I feel, Jazz.
Aaron
I feel
right
like
to that one.
I feel like everybody's looking for the AAA game. I think that everybody's looking for the big
It's the
AAA
truth,
game,
Aaron.
right?
Aaron, what are you talking about?
What do you say?
Redfall was the first $70 game from Microsoft because they had to increase their price.
Yeah, and it was bad.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
Yeah. Talk about getting screwed by $70 games. Come on now.
I don't think I think people
wheelhouse.
I think people are trying to create this thing where they're like, if it's $70, it needs to be this amount of, it needs to be this long, it needs to be this amount of hours. And I think that most people who they don't really, $70 is the standard now going forward. It is what it is. You can either get it or you can wait for a sale. That's how I kind of see it. Some games you don't need to get every single game day one. So if you are the person that's complaining about a game being $70, stop buying every game day one. You don't need to buy every Ubisoft, every EA, every freaking Activision, every PlayStation, every Xbox
I
game
can't
day
take Aaron
one.
seriously now.
So my whole thing is like 70. I don't understand when people talk about prices. I just kind of I tune them out because
it's not, the thing.
We've been here before. That's what I'm saying. We've been at we just got back to the point where games are $70 because they're more expensive to create. Back in the SNES and the 64 days, games are $70 or more. So I don't understand when people think that, oh, this is a new thing. This is nothing new. This is something we've seen before. Games have become, and then we had,
I don't think it's.
And we went through 2 generations. We went through the PS3, 360, and PS4, Xbox One generation where games were $60 a pop. So I don't get it.
I don't get where this run is. Speaking, let me get
here's the thing. Wait, Des. Do people remember this? When I remember this. When Xbox 360 came out and launched, they said all first-party titles will be $49.99, but third-party developers can charge what they want. And guess what third-party developers did? $59.99. When Gears of War came out, it was $59.99. And when people said, why is this $59.99? Because it's not on any other console, it's a first-party title, Microsoft said no. It is a second-party game studio that's making it for us. We don't own the IP. They can charge what they want. Epic put $59.99 on Gears of War. I remember this. Microsoft explicitly saying this. So I don't understand why do people not remember the game's been at $60 for a long time? 2 generations we had games at $60. It raised $10 more. Like either don't play the game or just wait. I don't understand what's so hard to understand about that. But then the other thing is people expect if it's a $69, and I do have a certain expectation, but everything that's $69, you don't need to buy. You really got to be a better judge of character. If you're buying something and it's not good, that's on you.
I just put
that's
on
you.
I'm asking the grinders.
No, you don't need to buy every game day one.
I agree. It's not the.
I don't get these guys, man.
Nah, it's not.
That's why these younger gamers, man. I don't really. There's really not a lot of conversation I can have with them because it's like, did you not live through that time period or game through that time period and remember the games are $60 for two console generations?
Get these super chats here. SN Kev with the $199. He goes, Sea of Thieves runs better on a PlayStation 5 too. Yeah, I got that one. That's a topic. That's the headliner right there. The game night 1, 2, 3 with the 5. He goes, there's 6 games dropping this week alone. Stella Blade, Sandlord, which we played the demo. That was awesome. Top Spin, Tales of Kenzera Zhao. That got great reviews too. They said that's a really good game. Erudin Chronicle, 100 Heroes, and Demon Slayer. Those games are coming this week alone. And that's where, I think where this gaming rut thing comes up. Let me get into the next one. Glenza with the 5. He goes, our publishers reaching the stage where they want shows and movies based on their games instead of actual new games. That's a good point there too. We focus more on the Hollywood money and not on the gamers' money. But what I do like, Glenza, just to address your super chat there, what I do like is that there's a correlation between quality shows and game uptick. That means that they will make sure that these movies represent what the game should be, because if you don't and you have Master Chief running with his ass out, it's not going to show people going to be playing that game. But if you do quality and you respect the IP, you may see a correlation with people buying the game again. And I think that is an excellent correlation to make. And I think that's great, because that forces the Hollywood to not give us Super Mario Brothers, the original one, with Dennis Hopper as a T-Rex and goddamn Goomba with a small guy with a head on his head, and Toad and all the other stuff, and a bootleg goddamn Yoshi. That's what happens when you give it the respect. So I'm glad about that. And Liquid Data, member 11 months, thank you. Almost a year, man, going to be the gold. Thank you again on there. Like, yeah, and I just asked the chat, opened it up with the votes because everybody's going crazy in the chat. Because I think when we look as gamers as a gaming rut, like I said, I don't want to just say there's not a pivot going on in the industry, and I think a lot of it is the fallout from a lot of consolidations, and we've seen that with Embracer and stuff.
But I'm going to say
also,
something
wait,
to you,
let
Jazz.
me finish. But also, let me say,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Also, with the stuff that went on with the pandemic, and I think also too that there is a shift, and Sony has made a shift with their service games because we've seen the service not doing too well, and we've seen that kind of stuff, and they had to pivot as well. And Microsoft's been pivoting ever since they're goddamn playing Twister. So I think that there's definitely something going on in the industry, and I do think that there is some sort of change going on. But to say that we're in a rut as gamers, we just had the incredible year of last year. If you want to talk about a rut, let's talk about 2022 and Microsoft not doing anything. And
that was a gaming rut.
Even 2021, like these
to some extent.
A lot of the stuff was delayed and waiting, and we had, there was some ruts going on where there wasn't a lot of stuff coming out. Like I felt like last year was the first breakout year that we actually had a lot of games coming out, especially for a generation, because the generation, say what you want about it, this, like Frog said, this generation has been a complete crapshoot because of what happened with the pandemic. You couldn't go buy stuff. You have masks everywhere. Like I thought they should have just delayed all these consoles for another year or so and did it right. They released this thing right at the height of all this craziness. And unfortunately, we had some crazy releases, a lot of delays, games that were supposed to be next gen, probably crushed gen, a lot of stuff. But Sony kept with that quality and kept on that stuff. Nintendo themselves as well. And Phil used it for an excuse for 2 years. All right. And the thing is that I think there's a pivot, but to say that we're in a rut when we're getting great games, especially for this year so far, you could say Final Fantasy didn't sell as much as the first one. Well, the thing is, the first one came right at the beginning of the pandemic, and also it was the first one in a franchise that people wanted to play. And the thing is like you can't say we're in a rut because people are not buying games.
Yeah, I got a couple of things to say.
I don't know where this rut's coming from.
But two things I got to...
Game-wise, as a gamer, I think we got a lot. We got Stella Blade, Outtro Chronicles, Dragon's Dogma 2, Final Fantasy, the DLC coming out. We have Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Hellblade 2, Helldivers 2. Like, Helldivers 2, tell you this. Grand Blue Fantasy. Like, I did a lot of games.
Jazz, here it goes. I'm going to give you 2 key points. I've been thinking about this. I think perception is reality.
Yeah.
Those people out there who are talking about $69.90 games, oh, I can't believe there's $69 or $70. These clowns out there, as soon as the game comes out and they see a $49 stick on it, they don't even want to appear to even touch it or think about it because they think the quality is up to par. And then they get a game like Helldivers and they're like, shit, it's only $39. That's a good deal. It's quality. But that $69, a lot of people get perception is reality. A lot of people, when they see the $69 price, the price doesn't matter. The $10 price doesn't matter anymore. It's here to stay. It is what it is. People are not saying, well, I'm not buying this because it's $69. A lot of people who are going places and they see a game that is $49, $39, they're less likely to pick that game up just because it's cheaper because they don't think the quality is there. When they see that game is $69, they expect the quality because of the price. So when you do have your games come out and they have that $69 price tag on it, and they don't have that expectation of the quality of what you and there's some offshoots, there are going to be some offshoots.
Not every game is going to be a banger.
And not every game is going to be $70, right? But when people see that $70 price tag on it, that doesn't deter people from buying games. Look at the last Call of Duty. That didn't stop people from buying it. And we can say it's just because it's Call of Duty. No.
Somebody was just telling me that they want to get the Stella Blade full Ultimate Edition with the character and stuff like that. Like,
yeah. So what I'm saying is the price is not deterring people from buying these games.
But Frog, the thing is that the price has been there for the last 2 years. If it wasn't going to be a deterrent,
the price is not deterring people from buying games.
We saw the rut 2 years ago. The price didn't just change this year. And if you look at last year, Matt Piscatella said subscription games flatline, but big AAA games sold. The $70 games. There's a big change in it.
There's a big change in the industry, and it has a lot to do with subscriptions. and games do take a little bit longer to make.
Subscriptions are not growing. That's what's going on.
But I think the other thing is, and when you look at it, is you're going to see things that are going to happen that you're going to see things that haven't happened in a long time. Like when Grand Theft Auto comes out, that game's going to sell gangbusters, and they can sell that game for $100 and people will buy it. People won't care. So prices, I don't think price is ever going to be the point of contention where people are like, they're not selling as good because they're $69. That's not the reason the games is. When they did Square did do a poll. A lot of people that bought Rebirth never played the first fucking game.
Yeah.
Why would you go buy something of this a sequel and never play the first game? They're like, I don't understand what's going on. And so they're like, there's a big audience of people that bought Rebirth because they know that it's a sequel, but a lot of people bought it and didn't even play the first one. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of things that are going on in the industry that are different. Who would have thought that Elden Ring is one of From Software's biggest game? Most people who bought Elden Ring, never played a Souls game in their life.
Yep.
Never.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is there's offshoots of things, and people got to stop being stupid and saying prices is why the reason these games aren't selling. No, it's not that. $69 price tag on your game is not the reason that games aren't selling. You got stupid things. You got stupid things like Warner Brothers making bad decisions in that freaking game they came out with. I think Star Wars Outlaws is going to have the same problem. I think that game is going to come out. That's not going to sell.
Ubisoft got some bullshit going on with that one.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like there's certain companies that you can tell, you can look at, like that Star Wars Outlaws game. It already has there's a lot of problems going on with it that a lot of people are seeing. That game is going to come out and it may be a good game, but it may not sell to the potential as some of the other Star Wars games. I think there's a problem in the industry overall with the way people are trying to consume games like a Netflix mantra. You can't do that. It's not working. So you have a lot of people who've been told Game Pass, and they want the cheapest way to entry of the value of the game, but they want the best value of games. So they want games like Star Wars Outlaw, they want games like Elden Ring, they want games like Top Spin and Stella Blade all to be in the service, but you got to pay for these games. So they don't want to pay for it.
Yeah.
Or and then you have another group of people, and this is why I say Sony needs to really have a clear message to PlayStation. You have another group of people, which are the PC people, who are saying, F PlayStation, since everything is going to come day and day to PC, we're just going to wait. And Sony's already made it clear, hey, these games, most of our games that may take a year or two to come. So you may get a Last of Us, but it may take a year or two to come there. You may get a Stella Blade, but it may take. So there's a lot of games. Everything's not day and date. Everybody, I think you got three groups of people. You got the PC guys that want everything. They don't care about anything. They are greedy. They will pirate. They don't care about anything. Gimme, because Xbox is failing. Gimme. We want you guys to be in the same place. So it's not even about console. It's not even about console warring at a point. It's about PC guys don't care about console, and you really do need console here to sustain some of what's gaming is going on. Console has to be here in some way, shape, or form. If Microsoft can't do it with the Xbox, get out of the way. Let Sony and Nintendo do it, and let somebody else come in there. But what I'm saying is, we've gotten to a market where I think that the Xbox specifically has hurt a lot of things in gaming because they've created things in the way people are trying to attempt to really digest and consume their games. They're not being digested and consumed like that on the competitors. So that's a part of the market that it's hurting the market. I think subscriptions in that way is hurting the market because now you have people who will not buy games no matter the quality day one. They won't go buy them. They just won't.
JDub, what do you think about this, Rob? What do you think about this?
Go ahead.
Welcome, JDub, to the Gaming Grindhouse.
What's good, everybody? I'm back.
What's up, Jay?
He's back.
Hey, listen, I agree with 99% of the things that you said, but the whole subscription, I disagree with. And the reason I'm going to disagree is because majority of the people have spoken, they don't really fuck with subscriptions like that when it comes to gaming.
And I agree with that.
Now, I'm the first to say I would have signed up for a subscription if I had the goodies that PlayStation give me and the goodies that third party give me and stuff like that. I will subscribe to it, but those games aren't available in a subscription service. Therefore, I have no choice but to go out and spend $70 to buy these games whenever they come out day one in order to consume them. Now, Microsoft messed up because they created their subscription service, but they didn't support it with the big blockbuster games that people were expecting. They thought that they were going to get Sony caliber type games in the subscription service. But what they got was a bunch of games for gold type games and rejects and old games that was already been rehashed over and over, jammed in the subscription service for $15 a month. And a hope and a prayer that some of the other games like Call of Duty and stuff like that comes in the Game Pass, which may or may not happen. I don't understand why it hasn't happened yet. So something tells me that they're reneging on that they just may not even do that.
No, they're just making them wait to their showcase to have something to talk about. Who knows?
Well, yeah, but here's the thing.
Waste of time.
Gamers speak with their wallets.
Yep.
You made a great point about PC guys. They don't really buy games like that. Nope. They pirate a lot. Now, here's the thing about PC guys. Most PC guys, they play a specific type of game, right?
Yes, totally agree.
And those typically are not console ports. Now, the only people who are asking for console ports to come to PC are disgruntled Xbox guys who've already shifted to. They've already shifted from console. They've already shifted over to PC. Here's the thing about it: what a lot of people don't know. I'm a PC gamer, even though I own all the consoles. I tell everybody, I generally 99% of the games on my PC are PC exclusive. That means games that you can only play on PC. Games like Ready or Not, Escape from Tarkov, Enshrouded, Ready or Not, Dead Side, on and on and on. But all of these games, typically, your Settle Course of Competition on iRacing, things like that, they are only available on PC, right? I didn't spend, $2,000 to get a damn 4090 to play a PlayStation or an Xbox port, right?
Thank you.
That's the dumbest thing ever. You spent all this money to play, a little bit better than what you're getting on a console for $500. That literally makes no fucking sense. But that's why I say you can tell the difference between a real PC guy and a disgruntled console owner. And generally, if you're a disgruntled console owner, you're typically a former Xbox guy. Because most PlayStation guys typically are satisfied because they got their goatees, they got their single player, story driven, third party over the shoulder game that sell a bazillion copies. They got their Marvel games, the whole Marvel universe is sold up on PlayStation. They got the option for VR, they got the option for PlayStation Portal handheld, they got the movies, they got the TV shows, they got the monitors, the headphones. Any and everything you can think about is encompassed, is centered around the PS5 console.
Yeah.
When it comes to Xbox, Microsoft themselves has spent the last 5 years telling you that you don't need an Xbox. So therefore, you're disgruntled and you're getting the worst version of the multiplex on the world's most powerful console. You have no bragging rights. So therefore, you go and buy your PC and then you try to come and poo-poo on the whole console market and then talk about is in a rut right now. It's like total bullshit. Gaming is in a rut. Matter of fact, gaming is the best. Gaming is the best that it's ever been in.
I know.
For me, Sony hasn't even, outside of The Last of Us 2 remake, Sony hadn't even released any first party games. But guess what? They've given you so many bangers. That's showing you that they're beating the competition by not even dropping their first party games. So imagine when their first party games drop, right? So that is a failure, not from Sony's standpoint. That's a failure for Microsoft.
Exactly.
Microsoft couldn't compete in the console space. And so here they are. Now the guys will say, oh, gaming is a rut and gaming is this and gaming is that. It's like, no, it's only the sad people who 20 bragged about power. They bragged about ray tracing and eating monsters for breakfast and all of this stuff. And they bragged about potential that console, that list that they always throw with that shows all the studios and all the games.
I agree, Jay.
And we're still sitting around in 2024 asking where the fucking games are. They haven't released a single game this
Dude,
year.
they hyped up this year.
And so I don't buy into that. Yep.
Yeah.
Sony
had
you know what,
remember they were bragging.
Yeah.
They were bragging that PlayStation didn't have no games this year.
You know what's crazy?
It's funny how all of that shit just backfires on them consistently.
What's crazy, Jay, that you said something.
Go ahead.
You said something that I really want to touch on real quick, and it's the disgruntled console gamers on Xbox. I think that there's a strong narrative. Every time I'm on X, I always see there's a disgruntled group of people who used to, you can tell 9 times out of 10 a guy he primarily plays on PC guy if he was an Xbox guy or not. You can tell 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10, most of these guys talking about the power of their PC and all that, and we just want I want all the PlayStation games to come. They're disgruntled Xbox guys. They're guys who used to play on Xbox.
Misery.
Yes.
Misery
and there's
loves
a lot
company.
of
Misery loves
and there's
company.
a lot of narrative being pushed in a lot of ways that, oh well, if the game is not selling here, every time if the game isn't selling here, then you should have just brought over to Xbox. That would have helped the sales. You really think Final Fantasy Rebirth would have helped the sales of being on Xbox? It would have did nothing even if it was, and I said this before, if it did nothing for sales, and even if the game is in Game Pass, people still they just want to say we have it too. They just want to say, hey, look, we have it too. That's what they narrative right now. That's the conversation. We have it too.
Hit that, Phil.
Let me kill that narrative right now.
Stomp
right?
it out.
For anybody that's saying if a PlayStation game came to Xbox, they would have sold more, or the game would have been successful, it's farce. And I'm gonna tell you why. There's a reason Phil and Satya are putting all their fucking games on PlayStation right now.
Mm-hmm.
The motherfuckers didn't even support their own games, let alone trying to support some third-party games. Xbox wouldn't be in the position that it's in right now, right? If they would have fucking bought their games. The fact that, it's just, I just find that very ironic. Their games fail. All of their games fail, not only monetary-wise, but Metacritic and industry reception wise, what do they call it? The game of the generation kind of it didn't do what it was supposed to do.
Starfield.
It didn't save Xbox, right? To the point where all of their games are coming to PlayStation. That shows you that Xbox fell so bad that Satya and Phil have to now depend on Xbox to save it. And
I think
that's
it's really PlayStation and the Switch.
I think it's really disingenuous when you hear somebody talk about, "Hey, Final Fantasy is such a good game. This belongs everywhere, and this needs to stop. It just being exclusive." I'm like, "Guy, they tried it with Crisis 4. That was for Xbox, and guess what? Only 8% of the Xbox install base actually bought the game. Exactly. I just don't understand.
92% fucking was purchased on PlayStation.
Yeah, I don't get it.
What does that tell
guys,
you?
And you're not going to hear one peep when Hellblade 2 releases that Hellblade should be played everywhere, considering the first game was a PlayStation exclusive. You don't think there's people on PlayStation that want to play Hellblade 2? They're going to be go buy an Xbox.
I've been screaming at the ceiling. I said the same thing.
Not being played everywhere. What's crazy is they'll be like, well, they bought it. They bought it. Well, the thing is Microsoft's the one that says more gamers to play our games. They're the ones running around with that narrative, and nobody's going to hold them accountable to their own narrative when Hellblade 2 launches. Nobody's going to say this should be playable.
Here's the thing with Hellblade, right? And here's the thing with it. I like the development team. I like what they did.
Oh yeah, I love Ninja Theory.
But here's the thing, and we have to be honest with that. Shout out to Porter Rock, because he was the one that was rallying the troops for Hellblade 1. It was a PlayStation Time exclusive.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
After it left PlayStation, it went to Xbox. It went to Nintendo Switch. It went to PC. And guess what? Collectively, that game barely hit 1 million. Matter of fact, I think it hit a little bit less than 1 million. The game did horrible from a sales-wise. The only thing that kind of saved it was the fact that the team was small and they really didn't have much money put into the game anyway. So it was kind of, hey, if they sold 700,000 copies, they were in the, they were back in the black. So they were good. But
it's like
Microsoft bought it as in creating this sequel, they act like this game is just going to do bonkers numbers. It's not. The original game didn't do. It's just not that.
They're doing a physical release to this one. It's crazy.
Exactly. It's a Game Pass game.
Money, dude.
It's a Game Pass game. And I hate to be like that, and I hate to say that, but Game Pass is true. Game Pass is where games go when they had no chance anywhere else. Like if Microsoft
or they reach their sales numbers somewhere else.
Absolutely. And you're finding out
more
and more
because Kena Bridge of Spirits. Kena Bridge of Spirits is coming to Xbox from what I heard, but I don't know if it's going to Game Pass. But I told everybody if that game doesn't go into Game Pass day one, it's dead. Nobody's buying it on the Xbox. Nobody's buying it.
We know that. We've seen it with other Square Enix games. We've seen it with Crisis Core.
Yes.
We've seen it with. And listen, it's just it's unfair, but it is what it is. Xbox is just such a small brand now. It's a shell of its former self. It only has 20 to 25 million install base, whereas PlayStation is sitting around 60 to 64 right now. Like that's not a Sony thing. That's not a Nintendo thing. That's a Xbox gamer thing. Xbox gamers did not show up this generation for that console. And I'm not blaming them 100%. A lot of it is Microsoft. They didn't come with the games.
Yep.
They failed on the power. They failed on the ray tracing and all the promises.
But JDub, they failed on the friggin' Halo. They failed on their own IPs.
Yes. They failed on. They failed. Listen, they failed so bad. They got 2 next generation consoles that's getting outsold by the OG Donny D box, the Xbox One with Kinect, and that's very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. So you can. I blame everybody. I blame PlayStation, Xbox guys for not going out and supporting their games and supporting their platforms and services, but I also blame Microsoft. They hyped up this console, the Series S to be this 1440p 120 machine that's rivaling the PS5, right? They overhyped selling the Xbox Series X. 36 ray tracing cores and all that goofy shit that these guys ran on. The tools, they lied to them and it blew up in their face. And the fact that their first party games are running better on PlayStation 5, that shows you how big of a failure this generation is.
I know.
How in the fuck can your own made from scratch game runs better on paper a much weaker console?
And
that tells you a lot.
On top of that, they hyped up updates, making them Series X enhanced, Series X compatible, and now you got these on PlayStation, and they look better. And everybody's like, it's not a big deal.
And they look better.
It is ridiculous. How the hell can Microsoft this? And it's not just CFDs. It's Pentiment having that bug of 120 frames.
Every one of those games that came, As Does Fall, Pentiment, Grounded, CFD, all of them.
And
guess what?
Hi-Fi Rush,
there's more
stuff like how
exactly. There's Digital Foundry just said this. They said, I know, Jez, I know you got the video.
Yep.
Where they said that Sony delivered on their promises.
Yes.
Every single one of their games have performance mode, 60 frames. Most of them have 120 frames. They got the ray tracing, the 3D audio, the quick loading.
Load screens,
Listen, the fact that you can play Sea of Thieves with no loading, you can play it like in just such a impactful increase over what's on Xbox, shows you that they really screwed the pooch. They really fucking screwed the pooch. And guess what? That PS5 Pro coming out this year it's already a nail in the coffin right now. But when that system comes out, I think that's when you're going to see the big massive migration over to PC, because all those Xbox guys are just going to go ahead and buy
substantial difference.
And they're out here trying to hype up a hypothetical handheld like that's going to save Xbox. It's not. Xbox. Listen, Xbox. I've always said this, Jez. I've said this a million times on here. Xbox has a software problem, not a hardware problem. You keep trying to remedy the software problem with more hardware. They gave us an Xbox One S, right? Then they gave us Xbox One X. Then they gave the Series S and the Series X. Then they're going to give us this other system and then potential handheld and then a hybrid next generation. Like, you're giving us all of this fucking hardware, but
they're just stringing along the same people.
People are just sitting here seeing where the fuck are the games. You own more studios and development teams and publishers than Nintendo and Sony combined, and yet you have only released one game since last generation.
How long have they owned Bethesda, JDub? Where's id and all
since 2017?
Guys.
It's 2024. Like, what are we doing here?
Where's everybody?
It's going
here. Yep.
Listen, this is the half of the year, right? It's practically March. I mean, it's practically May. We're already at halftime this year, and they have yet to release one single game. And I hope Hellblade, is a stunner. I hope it's a 10 out of 10. I hope. But if it is not, oh my God, they're going to kick that can down the road. Down to Indiana Jones. We keep doing this. We keep kicking the can down the road. It's never gonna come. That one game that's gonna be the end all be all is never gonna be there. You know why? Because you don't get those type of games in a fucking $10.99 a month subscription. It's just not how it is. Yeah. And I know people say, well, Sony spent $300 million on $300 million on Spider-Man, but guess what? It's okay. The series done sold fucking 35 million. It sells like hotcakes. Right. It's one of the hottest, fastest selling games in history. You get to do that and invest that when you know you're going to get your money back and some. But if you're Microsoft, nowhere in the world you're going to invest that type of money on something that you know you never going to get your money back. And maybe that's the reason why Call of Duty isn't in Game Pass right now, because they know that they'll never make their money back.
They'll never make their money back. They put it in Game Pass if they put Call of Duty in Game Pass.
But
never make their money
back.
The
thing is they and I even said this, like with Starfield, like I don't even think they have anything in there like coming out even this year that has the hype level of what Starfield is. The fact that Starfield didn't do what it needed to do, and people say whether it's good or bad, hey, it didn't do what it needed to do, and obviously it didn't because not only did we see it in NPDs and we see it in the reviews on Steam, but we saw the console sales. It was console sales, and we also saw that Phil had to pivot. And I have the videos I showed last week where before Starfield, he was hyped up. It's all with legs crossed, all hyped up. And then between them and February, when he did the new Valentine's Day Massacre remastered, where he basically said, we're taking 4 games and moving them over. That is a testament that whatever they were doing wasn't working. And now this is a pivot. And he didn't do it slyly under the table. He wasn't like, hey, let's just put CFDs on the table. Dude had full-ass frosted glass rooms and a whole PR push.
For years. For
a year while he was telling you Xbox is the best place to play. And put these on PlayStation.
Well, they were Jazz, they were in the courthouse explaining how Sony buys these third-party deals and gets the 30% of them. They get the 30% off of third-party deals, and they spend that to make Xbox smaller and to make Xbox die off. And at the same time, they were literally sitting there with PS5 dev kits making games ready to put on PS5. This is how this is a huge hypocrisy that tells you Microsoft continues to lie to the Xbox gamer to their face. And maybe that's why we hadn't heard from Phil Spencer in quite a long time.
Dude, he had his head up.
Y'all notice that? He used to tweet every week. You haven't heard from him in months.
No, man. He did his apology tour, and that was about it.
Yeah, well, ever since he had to come out and talk about those games going to PlayStation. And if you heard what he said and how he said it about, Starfield and Indiana Jones, those aren't the games that are part of the first 4. He never said they weren't coming. He just said they weren't part of the first 4. So we know that whole slate. And the fact that Sea of Thieves and Grounded and other games like that are doing well on PlayStation, that tells you if I'm an Xbox-only gamer, all of these fucking games are about to, games are about to go to PlayStation.
Let JDub go, man. JDub got a whole ass fucking double grow going on there, man. Going to Grindhouse, JDub, baby. Yo, let me just get these shout-outs from all Link. Wait, Link, before you give us the Twitter links and give us the Twitter Street, the Twitter Spaces report. We gotta wait. Link hears some crazy ass shit out there in the streets. Well, let me get these shout-outs. Liquidated with the 5. He goes, gamers are like dope fiends, always looking for that next hit. Damn right, that's true. Cyber Dragon with the 5 gifted Gaming Grindhouse VIPs, and then Steven Leon with 20 Gaming Grindhouse VIPs. Man, the club is popping tonight. Thank you again for all your VIPs, and shout out to all the super chats. Get ahead, Link. Tell us what's going on in these Twitter streets. I know you're in those spaces. You're in some crazy ass shit.
Not necessarily talking about that, but I got Xbox guys arguing with me. Not arguing.
Shit, here he goes.
But bragging about these games selling well on PlayStation like that's some kind of flex.
Oh, yeah, that was the next topic.
You know what I mean?
Like, you got it. I got to take off my jacket. It's getting hot in here.
No, I'm just saying. You got all these Microsoft-owned games selling well on PlayStation, probably selling better than they do on Xbox, right? But that's somehow a W.
Dude.
Like, this is how sick these dudes are, that their own exclusives going to another platform and selling is a W. Like,
dude, it's the 12 degrees of Phil Spencer. You know that 12 degrees of Kevin Bacon? Everybody's related to Kevin Bacon. They try to do these jukes and jives and all this other shit to try to make it an Xbox W. And like I say, in the search for W's, all they get are L's. There you go.
Exactly.
The shirt's in the goddamn Gaming Grindhouse store. You won't buy it. There you go. The search for W's, all they get are L's because they're looking for the wrong things, unlike what JDub said. It's a software problem. Just make great games. And guess what? Phil told you last year, we are not making great games because that ain't going to do shit. That's what he said.
Yep.
So
he said Starfield could be an 11 out of 10,
Yeah,
and it wouldn't change anything for him. So why try? You know, that's Phil's.
Dude, buy the shirt. Dude, they've been doing this all the time. Oh my God, Phil Spencer. He look at this. It's Fleck. They're winning. Listen, guys. Sea of Thieves. Like these games selling on PlayStation, they're new. They're in the top 25. And know what's crazy? Link, I'm surprised you didn't twist it this way. They're going like, oh, they added Call of Duty and Fallout to that top 25, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It wasn't Sea of Thieves and Grounded leading the pack. They added, oh no, Microsoft's Call of Duty, Microsoft's Fallout. Dude, that's the games that they were going for. I'm like, guys, this is the weirdest flex I've ever seen.
The war is over, Jazz. The console war it's been over. We've just been having fun with it and stringing it along, but it's over. The fact that listen, when you got Tim Dog, Crap
Tim
Gamer,
Dog's gone, man.
When you got
He's
the
out.
biggest behemoths of the Xbox, the faces of Xbox guys, the diehards from 10 years ago, right? The OGs of this. When you got those guys jumping ship, it's a wrap. All of these new guys that's arguing right now, those are the fluffers. Those are the guys that they're the new guys. Their first Xbox is like last.
And JDub, look what they're doing. Are they trying to hype up about Incredible Hellblade 2 that comes out in the next few weeks? No, instead they're talking about games.
They're not.
Oh, early rumors about this game coming. I'm hearing that, dude. That's how you get in trouble. But that's the carrot that they got to dangle in front of their fan base and be friggin' dishonest. And it's like how did this whole, they have to have this rumor section where what I'm hearing is very early talks really, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing that Xbox is not making a console anymore in the next 5 years. That's what I'm hearing. Like, get the fuck, come on. Like, who gives a shit? Like, come on. Like, if it's true, that's great.
Oh, but Jazz,
like, come on.
Have you heard?
Get out of here.
Jazz, have you heard Sarah Bond? They're having another world's most technologically advanced console, whatever. However she phrased it, you know, it's just more speak to calm the Xbox fan base from crying and storming the Capitol. That's all it is.
You know what it is? It's all rehearsed. Like the community. And again, I don't want to put this on people because I keep my focus on the goddamn piece of shit that Microsoft has done to Xbox. But I do see these influences that are high up there. There's a whole cycle where they'll say a rumor on a show, and then there's a specific person or two that pick it up and spread it like wildfire. And then the media, who's a piece of shit, will just copy that and say rumor, and they get their clicks. And it's this mill of this feeding whatever the hell this is. So it's like, hey, guys, you heard it here first. You know what I've been hearing? My sources told me Phil's probably going to be gone by the summertime. Now, if you clip this, and now somebody's going to grab that, they spread it out, and then the media runs with it and doesn't even confirm it with anybody, doesn't even do their job. Instead, they just post a tweet, and that's the fact. And it's just like this storm cycle continues. And if you look, it's specifically what how Xbox has been trying to keep this momentum going. Same thing goes with that whole article from Bootleg about how Sarah Bond's email to her team about being the technical limiting console, like you said, like the most technical console, a leaked email, and Microsoft confirmed it was real. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? First off, Microsoft, through cybersecurity, Sarah Bond sends an email to her team, and Windows Central gets it, and then Microsoft confirms, like, oh yeah, that's legit. Like, instead they going, how the fuck did you get that email?
Exactly.
And who's going to get fired? Because what kind of security is that? If she's sending an email to her team, how the hell does Windows Central get it? And like what? Like that's not a good marketing pitch for Outlook right now. And I know when I send emails, I get messages. This is leaving outside the company. You sure you want to be outside the company? This is coming from external sources. But Sarah Bond's email goes to Bootleg Jez's Windows Central's desk, and then Microsoft's like, yeah, that's real. Get the fuck, like, that's not real.
How do you even have the balls to mention another world's most powerful console after 3 years into a failed generation where you've yet to win on power, you've yet to win on any of the features, and you've yet to even release any games that was worthwhile? How do you do that?
It's the carrot. It's the carrot, dude.
You know why they're doing it? Always dangling the carrot on the stick, right?
That's it.
There's always something to look forward to.
Yeah.
It's always something that's coming up that's going to change something.
Yeah.
But I'm
that's
gonna
all
tell
it
you,
is.
just like Bolego Link is saying, that carrot, listen, because if you remember, prior to that February Valentine's Day Massacre Part 2, that thing, right? There was questions about buying, and this is where that Sarah Bond shit falls into, because there's doubt about investing in Xbox's games, their ecosystem, buying from them, and that's why Sarah Bond had to kind of have that quote leaked email, because they got to confirm that they're forward thinking, that your games will come with you. Like, don't worry about it. Feel confident buying in our store, and then also feel confident investing in our ecosystem because we got more hardware coming. The reason why is they were trying to pacify the situation because people were abandoning ship. Yeah. They're like, Microsoft is out of it. They're done. And that's the reason why they had to tease hardware to keep the people strung along, to make sure they keep buying from the ecosystem. And all they realize is everything that they're doing has hurt their brand.
Absolutely.
Upon they just and again, like you were saying with irreputable. And what you're saying exactly what happened with Sea of Thieves. Yeah, shadows may not be a big deal and zooming in 400%, but the thing is what kind of ears to the ground does Microsoft have to release such a thing that it's like, guys, this looks a little bit better than what we have. Let's make sure that we have something coming out for our system that matches this. Like, who will put something out that's better somewhere else in a direct competitor? Like, where the hell? Like, I never seen a company make something and then shit on it themselves and trip over their own 2 feet. That's the thing that perplexes me. For a company that made the 20 years of Xbox and the videos and celebrating and fought to make themselves relevant, how now they're so dumb to just make these decisions that they gotta feel purposeful. Like they really are trying to sabotage their own shit to make their stuff better somewhere else. I don't get it. I can't understand the logic to it.
I agree, but here's the thing. You're a goddamn fool if you think I'm going to spend another $500 after you didn't fail me three times in a row. You didn't fail me with the Xbox One X, right? You didn't have no games for that. It never lived up to its potential. You lied about the Series X. I mean, the Series S. You failed with the Series X. And the fact that all your games are going to PlayStation, all of your games are already on PC. I honestly believe that they're going to get rid of. Listen, it may be a long shot, but I honestly think that Game Pass was a Hail Mary. It was a last ditch effort to try to get their console and their market to grow. And because it didn't grow, and because it got stunted so much, Satya said, "You guys need to fix this and fix it quick. Fuck this Game Pass shit. Put games in and everywhere and focus your efforts there." And that's where we are now. And so I think Game Pass, again, it just didn't cut the mustard. And then fucking Michael Pachter out there talking about, in 10 years, Game Pass is going to be at 200 million subs. From who?
From who?
From who? Xbox is going to be fucking dead within the next
Game
2 to 3 goddamn years.
Right, dude. Game Pass is on every device possible except for Switch and PlayStation.
Yes.
And
I don't
even
listen,
if it
I don't
goes to
listen
Switch
to
and
shit Michael
PlayStation,
Pachter says.
Dude, that guy's from I think he has an asylum and it's a green screen. He's in a freaking asylum somewhere.
Listen,
he used to be in a corner office. That dude used to be in a corner office in a suit with I remember Route 90, Route 30 or whatever, LA shit behind him, and in a corner office at Webb Bush Morgan. Now he's doing his stuff from the basement of his house in a goddamn office building wearing a sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
He's rated like a 1. If you look online, he's rated like a 1 out of 7 stars.
Yeah, that's why he's in an office in his basement in a sweatshirt.
Yeah, I mean this guy's
was
bad
in a corner glass room office. In
Yeah.
that 360 era, man, he was in I remember he was doing interviews from the glass room.
Yeah, in 2009, he did an article saying that
You're my number one
that it was
customer.
going to be the last generation for console for consoles.
Yeah.
And here we are, 2-3 generations later. Listen, and I know people saying that the industry is changing and this and that.
It is changing.
Listen, here's the thing. I don't think it's changing as much as people say it's changing. I think what's changing is people are trying to mimic the success from Grand Theft Auto with these live service games and the Fortnite. They're trying to mimic that. And so they're removing dollars that could have went to making single player games or a good multiplayer
totally
game.
agree.
And they're just focusing on this we just want to make one game and make it a service and just let that be like Fortnite and shit, and we're just going to build on that. They want the world to be a bunch of fucking Roblox. That's basically what they want. They want a platform.
And
they want to build a platform.
People don't want that shit. People don't want. Not everybody wants that.
I've said this. Gamers have a limited amount of time to spend, right? Most people have one live service game that they stick with. If you're a Madden guy, you play Madden. If you're a 2K guy, you play 2K. If you're a COD,
Destiny 2,
Fortnite, Destiny 2. You don't have time to run from this service game to that service game to that service game because each one of those games takes hundreds and hundreds of hours of your time each week, each month.
But the gaming industry would thought that they could just keep pumping out these bullshit service games. Oh, you'll get one. Like, here's multiverses, here's this. And people are like, no, I don't have enough time to do all this shit.
We heard what Naughty Dog said firsthand. They said, listen, we were in a position where if we would have released the Factions 2, if we would have had to become a Factions 2 studio, that means we couldn't make no other game, but we would have had to make this platform and just keep having this on and on and on. There was no time, no money to go anywhere else and do anything else. So we said, fuck this game, fuck this services shit. We want to go back to doing what we know how to do, and that's make GOTYs, right? Every single one of their games ever made was fucking a GOTY contender. So, or a GOTY winner, right? So I'm okay with that. Now that they explained that, where there was a choice. If they would have released Factions, and let's say Factions would have been okay for a month or two, and it would have died, that would have been it for that studio, right? So I get it. Like it was a smart move by them. Saying no, we would rather stick to what we're good at and what we know that we got some success with. It may take us 4 or 5 years to crank out a game, but at least when it comes out, it's gonna be a GOTY winner, and you can't knock them for that. They're known for cranking out GOTYs, from the Uncharted to the Last of Us.
Quality sells, dude. That's what it is.
Listen, it is what it is. Their games have beat some of the most biggest games. Look at it. It beat The Last of Us beat fucking Red Dead. At the time, was the fucking biggest game in the world. And so I can't knock them for that. If that's a decision that they honestly had to make, I think they made the right decision. Because I'll be honest, I would have played Faction for about a month, and then after that, I'm returning back to my normal service game, which is a COD or something else. You know, that's just how gamers are. So for you to expect every service game to hit and knock it out the park, you've just seen Square Enix. They came out with Foam Stars. That didn't really go over well.
Nope.
But then Sony turned around and dropped fucking Helldivers 2, and it blew it out the park.
Exactly.
You never know what you're gonna get when it comes to a service type game, right?
No.
So,
And that's why
but
they're,
I am not
limited
willing to risk. I am not willing to risk a service game for a single player story driven game. I'll take the single player story driven game every day because there's a track record there. There's a track record of quality and consistency.
Yeah.
These fucking live service games come a dime a dozen, and there's a new one released every single day.
Yep.
And they come and they go. And I'm gonna be honest, outside of Call of Duty, Fortnite, and the big games like that, there is nothing that's really going to stay. It's very hard to get into that type of industry to take people time away. I'm going to tell
you, you want to hear about somebody in a rut. And we got 177 votes here. We got about 340 people. Hit that like button. I'm going to get the super chat. But before I get the super chat, I want that like button hit because I'm going to show you something about a rut. Remember Michael Pachter? JDub, you're going to fall out of your chair. You better hold on right here. You want to see ultimate downgrade. Do you know, again, I don't talk out. I'm telling you the friggin' truth. Here you go. Before and after. Tell me. Here you go. Here's Michael Pachter. Look at him. There you go. Dude, corner office.
Man.
Now he's in a loony bin. He's in a fucking loony bin. Telling you about 50 million subs. Here you go.
Oh, man.
Dude. He was in he had the view of LA. He had pictures. He was in a shirt and tie. Now they got him a green screen from the lunatic, from the friggin' the asylum.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Talking out his ass.
I don't understand. Back to Microsoft. I don't understand, bringing out more hardware, whether it's a handheld, whether it's a streaming device, whatever, it's not going to work. You don't have a hardware problem. Your games are playable. Listen, kudos to them. They've made their games accessible from fucking anything from a phone, a tablet, a TV, a web browser, a communication device, anything, a car, right? It's just anything. But out of all of those ways to play, nobody's partaking. And that's the problem.
Exactly.
Why make these games available in a million different places when you only have 22 million goddamn subscribers?
Yeah.
I just
what's crazy,
and 20 million of those on PC.
And what's crazy is how he, 2 years ago, saying how, subscriptions on console have leveled off, not because he didn't release friggin' games for it. He used the excuse, well, we hit everybody that we wanted to hit on the console.
Yeah.
What?
He blamed Gen Z, remember?
Oh, now he's blaming Gen Z. But I'm talking about 2 years ago when he was sitting on the beach. That video, the interview, when he's sitting on the beach and he goes, it's subscription. And he said PC has the growth and console's not. And the thing is he said console, and that was the year that he didn't release shit on 2022. He had no games, but he didn't use that as an excuse why Game Pass stalled out. He said because you hit everybody you hit on console already. He was calling it done.
Can I ask y'all this? I want to ask y'all this question, and this will be the telling factor. How many PCs are out in the world?
Billions.
There's so many.
They said over 3 billion PCs out in the wild. Well, if there's 3 billion PCs and you only got 15 million PC Game Pass subscribers, that you're fucking failing
$10.
Epically.
That one didn't go up.
Epically. That's I don't understand that. No. You made it accessible to 3 billion people, but only 15 million of them care to even subscribe.
Wait, and JDub, I'm going to add to that. On top of that, your PC comes with 3 months of Game Pass. They tell you on your lock screen to sign up for Game Pass. The Xbox app boots up because Microsoft owns the whole operating system. They keep reminding you ads within their settings and shit on Windows to subscribe for Game Pass. Hey, by the way, we got Game Pass. They manipulate you so much on the console, on the PC, to do it on all those things, and nobody wants it. And what's crazy is that if Game Pass was such a success, then they would never needed to put their games on Steam.
Exactly. Well, the fact that they don't even they haven't even nurtured their own store.
Nope. They still
right?
haven't.
The Microsoft Store is the worst place to fucking buy a goddamn game.
I'm booting
it. Literally is the worst. Matter of fact, when Starfield came out, it didn't even have access to DLSS and FSR and shit on the Microsoft Store.
Yes, gaming,
but you had it in Steam. You had it in Steam, but you didn't have. So I don't understand. Microsoft is literally a software company that don't make good software, and they're struggling with software. Sony is a hardware company, dude, and they're dominating in the software space. So that's crazy.
Vegas Slots. I'm surprised Phil Spencer's not hyping up this in his interviews, because Vegas Slots has been on the top best-selling games in the Microsoft Store forever. This thing is like a cheap-ass, low-budget, 1% buy-in slot machines. Like, this is their store. This is Gardenscapes. Get the hell out of here with this shit. Top paid
you
games.
Can't make
nah.
Yeah, you can't make any changes.
There's
no mod support.
There's no mods. You can't. No, nobody's buying stuff.
I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know. I don't know what was Microsoft thinking. I don't know. Maybe they were just
chummed everything, dude. They wanted to just chum.
Why spend $100 billion?
I don't know.
If you were still going to fucking fail.
I have
Can
no
you imagine
clue.
If Sony, if you gave Sony $100 million, what they could do?
Imagine Microsoft took that $100 million and actually did something with it with exclusives or something, or brought back IPs from this 20 studios they owned already. Yeah. Like the fact that they spent all that money and are still like lost, like that is insane.
Struggling. They're still struggling. Yeah.
And I don't see any way that the only thing that I was saying last week is that the only thing I could see for them is that they use other platforms such as PC and PlayStation to release their games to try to make their money back by putting their game in Game Pass. That is it. That's the only thing to do.
Absolutely. Well, we saw in the leaks, we saw Phil Spencer brag to Satya Nadella.
Yes.
That he saw the PS5 and he saw the specs and the games that they had to offer, and he was more excited what they had to offer and their specs and how, you know, they were really going to dominate. And that shit, they ended up fucking Halo got delayed and they ended up launching with no fucking games. And it's been an epic failure ever since. They went all of 2022 with no game. And you notice every other year they literally end up with no games. And here we are in 2024. It's looking like they're going to have another down year. Granted, I don't count that releasing some games at the very ass end of the year, because by that time it's already dominated with Call of Duty and other big games. What was the purpose
of having that developer direct all the way in January when you weren't going to see anything at all about those games?
Yes. Until the other half of the year.
To the second half of the year. What is the purpose of having people doing cartwheels in the hallway and that lady riding on the scooter in January? What is the purpose of showing that off when you went radio silent and then you have some controlled PR with Hellblade that nobody could capture any new footage, and we got to just watch the same old shit a month before, and you weren't going to say anything until Hellblade releases? And what about Avowed? What about Indiana Jones? They just had 24 on them. They had no month or season. Well, obviously, what are they going to do? Stealth drop it in June?
Towerborn and some of the other games. And I'll be honest,
all this shit.
The collective of games that they showed, I'm gonna be honest. All of that stuff is B and C tier games.
Yeah,
none of it looked like it was. None of it really just looked like it showed the power. It just, I'm gonna be honest. They just look like it looked like some shit that's coming in Game Pass. Yeah, and that's the problem. Microsoft has to shake that in. And their games are just really meh at best when it comes to showcasing them. Now, if they come out with a new Gears or a new Forza Horizon, I can honestly say I trust that those games are going to come out and do really well, because history repeats itself with those particular games. Those studios.
I think Horizon is the one game that has not dipped in quality, but that has dipped, I feel like, in innovation. They should have done.
Turn 10. I'm gonna be honest.
Forza, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Shit. Rest in peace, Turn 10. They turned a studio that was known for being high tier into a fucking game that nobody plays, nobody talks about. It failed epically, critically,
JDub,
commercially,
Forza,
everywhere.
Forza Motorsport 5 or whatever the hell one that
stable.
launched for the Xbox One. The
Yes.
Xbox One was
Yes.
the only game at 1080p 60 when everybody
Yes,
was talking
absolutely.
about 900p. Turn 10
Absolutely.
engine was optimized for the console. It was the only game running at 4K 60. It was the thing that
60.
justified the One X.
Exactly.
And the fact that they made this game.
That was one of the games that nobody could, even the PlayStation guys couldn't talk shit about.
No
because
way.
It was
you can never
high
talk
quality.
shit about
It was high
Forza was always
quality.
on point.
And Forza was that one game that Microsoft could just.
It was the
absolutely
example.
what the console was about. It was.
And what's crazy is that the next Forza, the one that released last year, was the only next gen Forza, and they made it run like garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was the first Forza that came out.
They
that
turned
was
it into a live service. They
Yeah.
turned it into a service game.
And
Well,
it
well,
was the first Forza that
JDub
launched everywhere.
JDub, Link, Jazz, you gotta see, you gotta look what they did with Halo too. I mean, Halo Infinite
Oh God,
was supposed to be something that was supposed
10-year
to bring
game.
back. Yeah, and dude, that game is just. I don't even know how they. I don't even know if it came to
It's
PlayStation if they could even save
still
it.
a mess,
I just.
dude. They still haven't fixed
It's
it.
a mess. It's a mess.
Yeah,
It's a
they would get.
complete mess.
I got this guy.
They would get more. They would get more engagements and more players, but
Yes.
it'll die. It'll die off pretty quickly, though. You gotta. It's just. I'll be honest. It's,
Hopefully, it
I
is
just-
bring the Mash. At this point, just bring Mash Chief Collection over and start with
No.
that.
Why didn't they do this? Right? Because
what
everybody
they
thought
shoulda
that they
did.
were gonna do it. They should have just made a fucking battle royale mode and
They
let
canceled
everybody
that,
have
apparently.
so much fun. They canceled
They
it.
canceled
They
it. Yes.
canceled it. Dude, that
Yeah,
would have
that's
been
so
the perfect.
I follow these.
And
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
listen,
they-
I follow these diehard these Xbox Halo community. And this guy says Halo Infinite average peak play count for this week and yesterday's 24-hour peak are the lowest ever. 343 Industries shares a solid development update very soon. The final announced operation is about to end. Dude, this was April 19th. And they not only are they messing up this thing, but they're also messing up the Forge. You know what? I played some Halo Infinite 2 days ago just to kind of check what was going on. And I played on a remake of one of the Halo 2 maps, right? That was made in Forge. Dude, this was matchmaking. It had doors that were glitching out as you're playing the game. Like, I'm like, who's quality controlling these Forge maps? Like, this is matchmaking. This is not me clicking on somebody's map pack. This is in matchmaking. What kind of map is this where a door would show up and glitch out? I was trying to capture it on my computer, but after it happened, it kept doing it every single time. And I'm like,
well, you
what
can't.
the hell is
You
this?
can't get. You're not going to be able to get quality control from Xbox and their studios if the developers are only allowed to work there for fucking 18 months and got to be rotated out with
They
some
are
new
using
people.
Forge
Because
to-
Microsoft don't want to fucking pay for
There's
insurance.
no QC at
We
all.
found it. Yeah.
There's no QC, dude. Like what I can't. They put out a couple of maps. Remember, they stopped their seasons, and then they have Forge maps that are being made by the community. But who's quality controlling these things? I couldn't believe I was seeing. I felt like I was playing on an old school, like when you used to click on somebody's map. Hey, dude, I made this map in my shit ass Far Cry 2 map editor. You know what I mean? I'm like, what the hell is this? Why is this glitching? And it's crazy what they did to Halo. Like, it is insane that they damaged that brand. It's like, and now look what they did. Is people going to be hyped up for Halo Infinite 2? They got to scrap that whole goddamn name. They got to rebrand. Even Crackdown, they heard.
I've been said this, and,
It's horrible.
and
You
people
can't do that
balked
shit.
at me. I've said this. They need to do with Halo and Gears what Sony did to God of War.
Yeah.
After they need to reimagine it, and I'm not talking about the fake reimagining that they tell us every time. Oh, this is built from the ground up. No, it fucking wasn't. This is the fucking same old shit over and over.
Yo,
But
JDub, they could say that about Sea of Thieves,
if-
dude. They could say this thing was built from the ground up for PS5. The way that game is like they could technically make that argument because it looks better than their other console.
If you
How the hell
gave
do they say
Halo, imagine if you gave Halo or Gears IP over to Sony in one of their first party studios, imagine what they would fucking do with it. Imagine they would make it a story or Nintendo. Yeah,
Nintendo.
Exactly.
You respect your IP, dude. That's what you do.
You respect the IP, man.
You treat your IP like your children. When it goes out in the world, you want to make sure you give it the best treatment that it had, because when it's out there, it's going to get the criticism, and you got to make sure that that thing is going to be the best. And that's why you got to make sure that when you put your stuff out there, it has that quality. You cannot put Halo out there. That is the representative of what Xbox was. That's a heartbeat of it.
Do you remember when Halo dropped? Every news outlet would talk about it. They would broadcast it. You had people lines for 3 and 4 days ahead of time. People would stand outside in lines.
Oh,
it was an event when Halo was dropping.
My favorite franchise.
To see it fall down to the standard that it is now, it's like, fuck, Xbox they just really don't care. They just really like, and I don't know how do they fix that? I don't think that there's a fix at this point. I just don't. I see Microsoft potentially selling things off in the future.
Doing like what Embrace is doing, or something like that, because they have so much. And then when you look at the way they restructured it, because I said this before, the way that we thought Bethesda was going to be their own arm and Activision, and then when they got rid of all their heads, Pete Hines, Big Booty Bobby left, and they all left, and now they got Booty overseeing. Like, think about his job. Like, I know he only gives out the coffee, but you got one person that sees a whole publishing arm, 2 huge publishing arms, and then has to go down and look at Double Fine and manage them and manage Rare. Like, how do you have somebody having macro management and micromanagement and the same arm? Like, it does not make sense. How can he have the scope to talk to Activision and Bethesda and see what their studios are working on, and then have the same insight and go to, like, with Ninja Theory, who has 20 people working on a game and going like, that quality versus what a whole publishing arm is doing. They have he's overseeing all 3 of that, 2 huge publishing arms and Microsoft. And then they got Sarah. I don't know why they just knew Sarah Bond, but she don't know games. She don't know software. That's why they can't put her on there. She's on Xbox, which makes no sense. But the thing is like I don't understand how that management is successful. It does not seem there's a proper hierarchy over there of somebody overseeing and quality control. And we've seen this. And everything that they show has these question marks. And we hear leading up to these games, what is missing? Hellblade, here it comes. The next one. It doesn't have this. It doesn't have this. It doesn't look like what they showed us before. Downgraded this thing. It's not going to have 60 frames. It's not like, it's like, guys, like, you did this before last year with Redfall. We heard about what was not in it. You didn't show us uncut gameplay, all swipes and swoopshes and all this other shit. Same thing with Starfield. You hide your games. Where's Avowed? We're never going to see Avowed. What? You're going to hide Avowed gameplay amidst everything in the June showcase when you're trying to hype up more games? Where's Contraband? Remember Contraband? You showed us a logo 3 years ago. 2020.
Wow. What is that game?
Where is that? That was, and you remember Bootleg Jez teased that game with emojis. Remember the Twister from the people that made Just Cause, Avalanche, or whatever the hell?
I remember,
he teased that game, Contraband, for a year before the game was announced. They didn't even show it. They showed a screenshot of a label, Contraband. Where the hell's that game? Contraband. These games went gone. Perfect Dark. Gone. Where are these games?
Perfect Dark. All of that. Listen,
they announced.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, it's not looking good.
State of Decay 3.
It's not looking good.
He played it last year, right, JC? Where the hell is it?
Yep. Oh, never
I got a video for you that you're gonna love.
Allegedly, he flew from UK down to South America to meet with Phil, and Phil said that games weren't going to PlayStation.
Guys, I got a video. You want to talk about games going missed? What'd he do? He went down there. What'd he do? He went down to... Dude, he was playing the game with Drew Murray. Drew Murray left.
Man, what's it? Yeah.
Dude, here's a video for the grinders. Hit that like button, grind. We're almost at 200 likes. We're going to close that poll down, but JDub's going to... And you guys are going to love this video. Let's go back, because we talk about this stuff in the last few years. Why don't we go back 8 goddamn years and see what Phil Spencer was hyping up back then? Because this shit still never came about. Get ready, Phil. 8 years ago, Philness, get ready. Hear this.
Absolutely. We talked about Halo. Josh Holmes was here earlier. That game looks phenomenal. Gears 4, Rod Ferguson's going to be by as well. That's going to be coming out. So that'll be a big game for next holiday for you guys, right?
You know, next holiday looks fantastic when we start looking at the lineup. I'm excited about getting to Gamescom and getting to show Scalebound and Quantum Break and Crackdown.
Those are all going to be in 2016?
We haven't announced dates for all of them yet, but I mean, the lineup next year is looking incredibly strong when we look at those games. And you know, some of them actually might come a little earlier than that. But it's some of them might come this year. Well, before next E3.
Okay.
Some of them maybe. Like games got to be right before we ship it.
You guys do have a lot of amazing sort of first-party titles across the spectrum. As you said, the fact that you could have Scalebound, Crackdown, and Quantum Break not even at E3. Yeah. And that was a strategic decision to kind of wait and give them their own stage.
Yeah, you know, like Recore, our first time working on a first-party game within Inafune-san is something I wanted to show on stage here. Yeah. He was in the audience. It was great to be able to do that. But yeah, the first party, obviously, as the old first party guy, is really important to me. But at the same time, we had Todd on our stage, and Todd Howard has such a history with Xbox. And we'll still have Call of Duty, and Destiny, and Star Wars Battlefront. Like, we'll have great third-party games and the mix of the first-party games. It's just what Xbox gamers want.
Right.
Dude, 2016 was going to be a great year, he said. Dude, that was the year where he started the year off. It reminds me of how this year started, where last year they bought Activision. They were getting ready. The ramp up this year was going to be their year. And then he starts off with the year of putting their games over in the Valentine's Day Massacre and the Xbox podcast. This year, he was hyping up 2015. He was hyping up Scalebound, all these games. Like, they may even come sooner than that. Yeah, the January, he canceled Scalebound. Oh, shit. Like, this is the shit that's been going on. Like, learn from your history. This is not a one-off that just happened and we're making fun of it or just frustrated. This shit's been going on for just about a decade of promises, over-promises, and under-delivering. And now their brand is in the dumps. And like I said before, when he talks about how the industry is not doing well, his brand is a major contributor to why the industry is not doing well. Console sales are not picking up because you're the one that's minus 43% year over year. They're picking up. Nintendo and Sony are picking up on your ass. Nintendo's using some old ass hardware from 12 years ago to carry your ass. You're the one that's trailing behind. You know, imagine being in a race with somebody and you're in the back and going, you know what? Nobody's going to win this race. Nobody's going to watch this race. And you're just dragging your ass behind. And meanwhile, Nintendo and Sony are like trying to drag your ass to the finish line. And you're like, it's never going to happen. It's like a Debbie Downer. Like, Phil,
that's when
you told them don't buy a console. They're not buying it.
Yep. Exactly. Well, that's why when they talk about the industry's changing, and I kind of look at them, I'm like, no, the industry isn't changing. The only thing is changing is fucking Microsoft and
not
what they're doing with Xbox.
To the gaming industry.
Sony is doing what they've all Sony and Nintendo both doing what they've.
Sony was pivoting as well, but the thing is like he uses his problems and makes it that Sony, like, the thing is that they are not selling hardware, they're not selling their games. If you look at, they're going to do their financials, JDub, and the thing's going to happen is that their growth in financials is solely because they absorbed Activision. Microsoft does not account that their Xbox and all their studios, Bethesda included, is not contributing to any growth in anything that they have. All their services and stuff is going to be carried by Call of Duty, King, and their shit. And they say that in there. So it is like a Hail Mary, life jacket to their stuff. And the thing is like the industry is suffering because Microsoft isn't competing the way we need them to compete. That's the problem. It's not a competition. Exactly, Wild Wolf. Where's the competition?
The industry was only ever, listen, as a gamer.
Great games, competition.
We were only ever asking Microsoft was to deliver us some great games.
That's it.
At the end of the day, that's really all that matters. Nintendo has the weakest console ever, and it doesn't matter. You know why they sell? Because they have great quality games.
Yeah.
That's something that Xbox lacks. I'm not talking about the whole fake game of the generation and type fucking shit. All that's fake, right? Because at the end of the day, numbers will tell the story. Gamers, if they go out and buy, that tells the story.
Exactly.
So when people say, "Oh, your games suck over there on PlayStation," okay, well, gamers' wallets say the game is great.
The game sold.
So it doesn't matter what you personally say about your opinion, but gamers said, "Hey, we rock with this game, and it's one of the fastest selling fucking games."
Vote with your wallet.
We can all. We can all sit
I'll
back
let you
and-
talk, Frog. Let me get these 2 super chats. They've been sitting there for a while.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Game Night 123 with the 10. He goes, I've been hearing this talk about the health of a game regarding releasing Helldivers 2 on Xbox. Where was this talk when Sony had MAG or SOCOM, etc.? What because those games didn't blow up? And yeah, that was the thing we'll talk about, on the thing about the Helldivers rumors going over there. And then the Claymores with the 5, he goes, Xbox hasn't released a must-have game since Halo 3. PlayStation drops a couple each generation. Yeah, Claymores. I would even say more than a couple each generation, each year or a year. There's a must-have.
Absolutely.
And and look at the hype now. With on an offshoot, look at the hype between Wolverine and Deadpool. That trailer is fire, and they took that scene right from the movie, and it's the one that they showed Wolverine with. Get ready, man. You want to talk about? That's what we just know
When you sit at the bar,
yeah, sit at the bar. It's right from the game.
Next year on the PS5 Pro.
Dude, it's gonna be friggin' insane. But like what Game Night's saying about that whole Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox, like what JDub was saying earlier, like Xbox Helldivers 2 doesn't need saving. Like that's what you need to realize. Like the reason why Grounded and Sea of Thieves and those games were chosen to be over there because they need some saving. Because billions of PCs couldn't save Sea of Thieves. Billions of PCs couldn't save of Grounded. Like why? And what's crazy is that if you listen to, and I haven't played it in Frog, you could tell me if this is true, but apparently on PlayStation it does take some time to find a game. Is that true?
So
there's a long time to find a game.
So when I played the beta, the first day, it took a while, but after that, it was just really seamless.
It gets right in. Okay.
I think that because I watched the Digital Foundry.
Previews, yeah.
I watched the Digital Foundry, what they were talking about, and a lot of stuff that happened in Digital Foundry, I think that was very first day one. Okay. After that first day, I had no glitches, no bugs, no hiccups, the game ran flawlessly, 60 frames, 4K. I even tried it at 120 and 1080p, and it ran.
So it doesn't
for the most
take
part,
a
from
long
what I can
time
see.
to find a game in there because I'm like for a game that's everywhere right
Not at
now,
all.
like it shouldn't take that long to find
It was
a game.
pretty fast.
But,
I found people pretty fast in the games that I got into. It was easy for me to get into a game.
Like nobody was asking for Sea of Thieves on PlayStation. No. Phil decided to put that over there because they needed to make their money back.
Remember, Jazz? We were port begging. That's what the bots say.
Nobody was asked for Sea of Thieves. Nobody was asking for these games. Phil, just remember how all this shit went down. Helldivers, that's some port begging right there. You want to talk about port begging?
Oh, that's port begging.
Phil started the port begging train for that game when it released.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He started it.
Phil started that.
You know,
you're right.
Phil started that shit.
And you know, JDub is right. Like, I think the biggest difference in the gaming aspect is Nintendo and PlayStation users, they will buy their games. When you look at a game, and like prime example of a game that maybe scored maybe in the mid 70s, like 77s and stuff, high 7s, Days Gone, it went on to sell really well. You know, the game sold close to 10 million copies. I think it was 7.8, something like that copies. The game went on to sell really well. Metacritic wise,
it was nine.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying is the game went on to sell pretty damn well compared to, you know, if you took a game like, because a lot of people look at Days Gone, they're like, oh, all Days Gone was that, what's that zombie game on Xbox? Everybody compared it to that. And I said, it's not even
State of Decay.
State of Decay. They were like, oh, Days Gone is Sony State of Decay. And I was like, well, State of Decay didn't freaking even sell the numbers. Like, and what happened to the last one? We've been waiting how many years? We saw State of Decay 3. I think when Xbox. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my whole thing is, I think Phil Spencer, number one,
we saw a CGI.
Yeah, Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer and a lot of the guys over the Xbox team, they lie.
And
That's A.
And they leak lies.
B. That their other thing is, you spent so many billions of dollars, being the biggest publisher in the world. but that's not going to make your hardware grow when all the software you have that's coming out, it's selling primarily your competitors. So
Exactly.
it doesn't make sense when you say, hey, and it's like JDub said, there's no way day and date Call of Duty's like, hey, we're in Game Pass. They make too much money off that game for it to be like so all these people who think, hey, day and date Call of Duty, because I'm gonna tell you what I've seen, and I know JDub's seen it, you've seen it. I've seen a lot of people who primarily game on Xbox say the same thing. I see this game, I kind of want to play it. I'm just going to wait for the game to go on Game Pass.
Yep.
And then when you say, what if it never goes to Game Pass? Well, I'll buy it when it's dirt cheap, but I'm not getting. So they program their community of players to say, don't buy anything, Game Pass everything, and that's great for them, but it's not growing. So when it doesn't grow, what do? What happens when it doesn't grow? You have to put it on your competitors' machines, and then when it sells just as good on your competitor's machine, it runs better on your competitor's machine. What is the excuse then? Because people will say, you know what? There's no reason for me to own an Xbox. I can just go buy it on a PlayStation if I want a console, or I can build a PC.
This is a precedent that they're setting right now. Is that
they set a bad precedent. It's a bad precedent
on the PlayStation 5, and I'm like, where is the finger on the pulse to be like, guys, we got him. Where's the parity? Like, we got to make this equivalent of putting it out there, because we cannot make our console just look like inferior, especially when we market it as the most powerful console. It should at least be equivalent to the PlayStation 5. The thing is like, yes, these are very minor things. But this is the kind of, I wouldn't say it's minor, because Phil Spencer built a whole ass Xbox One X because of bullshit like this. Remember 900p and 1080p? We talked about this minuscule P's, but it created a narrative that just got too big for Microsoft to go, we need to make something more powerful because our machine is inferior at the same price of the PlayStation 4, and the One X became existing because of 900p. Now you're looking at this stuff. You can't keep doing this with your games, because you're going to create a precedent you already have because you made such a big deal. This is not a good marketing scheme for your console. Now, if you don't want to sell the most powerful console anymore, and your next one's going to be weaker, then maybe you don't give a shit about this anymore. And you're like, put your hands up in the air and going, hey, it is what it is. It runs better on PlayStation. Great. Our next console is not going to be more powerful. Instead, it's going to be innovative, and it's going to be a removable dock. Because this is what I always said, too. The interesting thing is that Microsoft can't race power anymore. They got a PC if you want power. Microsoft wants cloud. And in order to have cloud, you have to have an incapable device of not running games natively. If you want to chase the cloud, you can't make the most powerful machine, because that counters the benefit of a cloud. The benefit of a cloud is that the game gets high quality. You get a game looking good on a weak device. So in order to appease to the cloud that Satya wants, you got to make a weaker device. You can't be chasing this power struggle, because that negates the need for cloud. And you're only looking at this thing. So Microsoft has to go downgrade moving forward, because they want a cloud mobile future. They don't want to chase the power. If you want power, go get a PC.
To back you up, Jez, the mere fact that 80 to 85% of the Xbox install base,
there you go. Yeah, I know.
Is a Series S. That tells you power is not going to be their focus going forward.
Nope.
Now, when Sarah Bond, she never said the world's most powerful console.
No, she didn't.
She said the most technologically or innovative or technically advanced. And all of that can only be had in the cloud.
Exactly. Like a hybrid type thing.
But here's the thing. Even with that, they told us cloud. Remember Cloud Power?
Yep.
The Power 4 Titans, and
just like they did TV. They're pushing the same thing.
Crackdown. You remember
Crackdown
3
using 20
in the cloud?
Xboxes in the cloud to render
None of that
damage.
shit ever panned out. So why would you fall back to that shit? Why would you keep falling back to shit that has never worked for you? I just don't understand.
I don't think they're going to use cloud in that way. That was because I think that was the whole point of Crackdown. I don't think they're trying to offset, and I think even CFDs use a little bit of cloud renderings, a cloud with the ocean on that. But I think it's more of a. I don't know, dude. I have no clue what that. I think it's going to be a portable device that has a dock that kind of enhances their stuff to make it more powerful. Like to make it powerful when it's docked. Like, but the thing is this is the worst time they could ever think.
Now you're competing with Switch. Now you're going to be competing with
This is
Switch.
the worst. Like, you have to be. Like, seriously, they got to be the dumbest people in the world to think that now's the time that you're going to release an Xbox portable machine. The Switch 2 is on the horizon. You had a whole year of
PlayStation
PC and
PlayStation
Portal out there that has a mobile thing. Plus, but you have your own Windows devices portable that are competing with this machine. How are you going to differentiate? The Asus ROG Ally should have been the next Xbox. That should have been the Series S, the Series L, or whatever the hell that thing is. But the fact that they do that, it's crazy. It's the worst time.
When they released the numbers for the Steam Deck, the ROG Ally, the Legion Go.
Yeah, it's not big.
It's not a big market.
No.
All of those combined were around 4 billion.
You want to talk VR's niche?
Exactly. So
VR
that's
niche.
telling you. I just don't see a lot of people. And listen, a lot of people will hype up Xbox anything, but I don't see a lot of people going out and buying a fucking another Xbox product, let alone another where we already know they're going to get their asses handed to them by fucking Nintendo.
Dude, where those Xbox
no one would
hoodies
dare
and
want to compete with. So what about this, guys? What if Microsoft tried to compete with Sony? They found out that they can't compete with Sony, so now they're going to try to go and compete with Nintendo. Do you think from the handheld space? Do you think that's
no
they
way.
lost that battle? They're going to sell even less of those handhelds than they did the consoles. So I don't see that.
How can you compete with Nintendo? Nintendo is the only one that's holding on to true exclusive games, and there's no PC at all from them. That is the play that's the place to play their games, and Nintendo's going to do what they do. And a Switch 2 is going to be a more powerful Nintendo Switch, and no way. That's why I said this is the worst. That is the worst place to compete with, because that mobile sector, the thing is, Nintendo got it gobbled up, man. That thing sold like hotcakes because it was a great accessory. It was a great alternative to what PlayStation and Xbox were doing, and Nintendo found that niche and did it. And also Nintendo had a history and a respect with the 3DS. With all their mobile stuff, their Game Boy, like they had a history with portable, and they were able to take the leverage they had in portability with the 3DS and the 3DS Max and all that shit, and integrate that into the quirks of a Wii. And the Wii U was a failure, and then they said, guys, let's just combine our mobile with what a console could be, and there you go. And now you got the Switch, and that thing is still selling, which is crazy. How the hell is that thing still outselling an Xbox? It's PlayStation, Switch, and Xbox. When Xbox has two consoles at two different price points, it's the games. It's all about the games. When you don't have the software, that's what I mean. An Xbox branded portable system is going to do what for you? What? Is going to play Steam games? What? You're going to use other people's storefronts to propel you? You're just going to be another device in a crowded room of the systems that could do better than you. You don't have any unique feature set. Your games are everywhere. Your system, you don't even have time exclusives with your own first party games. You do not have unique capability, unique stuff. I'm going to say this, like the biggest thing, especially with this PlayStation 5 and the Switch and the Sea of Thieves stuff, the Xbox Series X should have been that PC in a box that said, yo, I could get equivalent price to performance in this little box is great, because this thing could it's not going to outpower 4090, but it may give me high-end PC gaming that's optimized for this system because of the power and the focused development on maximizing this system, that the price to performance will be very unique, that it'll peel out a special market of people that say, hey, I don't want to spend $1,500 on a PC. And look at this stuff with Ghost of Tsushima. The 4K 60, Link pointed out last week, 4080 you need on that thing. And you were playing that game. Like, those are the kind of things that you want that optimization to be. You want that Series X to be the machine that's like, hey, it's not going to outbeat a $2,000 PC, but if it can get me somewhere in a PC that's around $1,200, $1,300 and give me that same gaming experience, That's for $400 or $500. That is appealing. The fact that they just let that Series X and let it rot, and I think because the S, but they let that thing, dude. The fact that they did not make that system the like an equivalent to a medium to high end PC is that the fact that they let that S hold it down. That's why when you look at the PlayStation, these games that you're getting, the features, you may not get the top of the top from like a 4080 or 4090, but you're getting decent price to performance, very capable price to performance with decent ray tracing and things like that, because that's what a developer, first party software do. And Microsoft didn't do that.
Yeah.
And now they're making shit better on PlayStation, which is crazy.
Absolutely. I don't think, I'm going to be honest, Microsoft woes is all about bad management. They just have horrible management. Phil is a bad manager. Matt Booty and everybody's associated with Xbox right now. Just a bunch of bad managers. There is nothing, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing they can do about it.
It's been their management from day
one.
one.
They didn't want to fire Phil when they had a chance. Generally, when you get rid of the head of a division, you get rid of the people that's under him, or at least the managers.
They blame Terry Meyerson for all
it's just
the
like a coach, right? It's just like a coach in the NFL or the NBA or MLB, right?
Yeah, the team loses, they fire the coach.
Yep. You go find a new coach, and he's allowed to hire a new staff. Because if not, the staff that's underneath them, they're going to just continue on doing the bad things that they've always
been a management problem.
They got rid of Dunny D, and guess what? Nothing changed. Everything stayed the same.
No,
nothing changed.
Right. They got rid of
it. Was still a failure.
It was they needed new
leadership
in there.
At least Dunny D stood on business, right? And I honestly think if they would have kept on with him, things would have worked out differently.
He would have made those deals. He would have made those Tomb Raider deals.
He cared about exclusives.
Like
he cared about exclusives, which is known. Exclusives give people a reason to buy your platform. Microsoft no longer has a reason to buy the platform. Therefore, nobody's buying it. So while people are sitting around wondering why Xbox isn't selling, well, clearly because they've been telling you that you don't need an Xbox. So they told you to get a Samsung TV. They told you to get a Steam Deck. They told you to get a ROG Ally. If people are telling you to get all this other shit, but they're not telling you to spend $500 or $249 or whatever to get a Series S, then why would you buy it? And it's hard to go back.
That's why I said I can't believe a company that invested all this time and money into putting out hardware. And what's crazy is they had this thing called Project Score. They hyped this hardware before it even had official names. Sony didn't do any of that shit. You just see Sony going, we have Project Trinity. Like, Microsoft was creating Project Scorpio marketing and Project Scarlet marketing. Like, they talked about their hardware year and a half before the shit even got officially announced with official brand name. It was called Project Scorpio, Project Scarlet. Sony's not running around Project Trinity. They're like, we don't know shit. We're not telling you about anything. Like, Microsoft spent so much effort in marketing this stuff to just watch it just go kaboom, kablooey. Like, I just don't understand how, like, it has to be self-sabotage. Like, they cannot be this friggin' clueless. And that's why I said this whole PlayStation 5, you could call whatever it is, but how can Microsoft Studios be this clueless to be like, guys, it's not a good thing to kind of have our games looking a little bit. There's Phil the Lawnmower Man Spencer making sure that PlayStation has more foliage than Xbox. Phil makes sure that, we were going back in the day to what was it? What the hell game was it? It was the, it was when they first bought Obsidian. What the hell is that game? That open world RPG. Remember that?
I know what you're talking about.
What the hell is that game?
Outer
Worlds, the Outer Worlds, right?
Yeah,
Remember the Outer Worlds when it was running on PlayStation, had all the grass and everything, and then the Xbox didn't have it?
Yep.
Another bug, and they owned Obsidian at the time. Yes, it was proposed for Private Division, but like it just is like just weird ass PR. And the thing is, you think that they would be aware because they're the ones leaking bullshit to PR. They're the ones sitting there signing your ass, giving you tramp stamps and hugging you and giving you coffees and Xbox lattes and all this shit, hugging and kissing and take a picture of me, fan fest. You think that they have an ear to the ground to know what people want. And like I said, he hears you, but he's not listening to you. And when he don't listen to you, then you don't get my money because you're not doing what we told you to do. And dig yourself out of this one now, Phil, because I don't know what the hell they plan on doing with this shit. But this is even frame rate hiccups. And again, here we go. Digital Foundry, strange frame rate drops going on the Xbox version. It's so strange.
Jez, the guy
the
doing the
over
review, the guy doing the review, this is how you know. The guy doing the review says, I forgot to test the 120 frame per second mode on the PlayStation 5.
Yeah, he forgot.
But considering how it runs poorly on the Series X, I expected to run the same on the PlayStation. You conveniently didn't even test the 120 FPS on the PlayStation version. Yep.
Digital Foundry is digital clownery. They are the biggest, like, for people that are like, they sound like they're smart, but they're just so goofy. First off, you should just show the shit. We don't need to hear your asses.
Why wouldn't you test the 120 frame per second mode?
And nonetheless, Link, why would they test a beta versus a retail release? Why would they get so eager to test the beta of PlayStation? Were they hoping the PlayStation version was going to be worse than the Xbox version? Like, what was the reasoning to
they
test
didn't test
the
the
beta?
120 frames.
You're my number one customer.
Better. The deal is, man, the PlayStation 5 all generation has been doing what Mark Cerny said it was going to do.
Because he listened to the devs.
I think that
it's easier, to develop for, I think.
Yeah, I think it's easier to develop for and it's just a superior piece of hardware.
It's made to play games.
Developers are getting more out of the console than they're getting out of their own console.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is what it is.
I think the PlayStation 5 was built to play games. And I think the Xbox was built and remember, Microsoft had the same issue with the Xbox One. They couldn't get that ES RAM and the 2 operating systems. All that was because they wanted to have these overlays and let you play games and watch TV. And they couldn't get out of that rut until the 1X, where they just scrapped that shit and said, hey, let's just get rid of that ES RAM and all that other shit, and let's put the 1X. The problem was that they built that console not to specialize in games. They built it for streaming and bullshit. And I seriously think the series consoles were built for cloud compute, all that stuff. And native gameplay, I think, may have not been the main focus, where they like, hey, let's get this thing to use like that's why I think it's shaped the way it is, because it fits in their friggin' network servers and shit like that. Like, Sony made a console to just play games, and that's what it does well. And I think it's easier to optimize for the PlayStation than it is Xbox, because there's always these weird hitches and confusing. And for Digital Foundry not to dive deeper into the perplexities of the 1X, of the Series X, I think it's a fault on them, and they are the digital clownery, because that's their job. Like, if this thing is hitching, you try to figure out why. Like, you don't just report the news. You are Digital Foundry. Like, you show it. And I don't think we need commentary from them either. I always thought that was the stupidest thing. Like, because they kind of determine what is important and what's not. Like, we don't need your opinion on it. Just show screen left and screen right, and we'll see the differences. Like the old highlights magazines, if you remember those things. Spot the difference. That's what you need to do. We don't need the commentary, and it's like, this is perplexing that the frame rate is dropping. I could see from your chart the frame rate is dropping. I don't need you to tell me if this is good or bad. It's bad on one and good on the other. Like, we don't need the commentary. And I always thought Digital Foundry was like a goof for just like giving their opinion on technical analysis. You want to do a podcast about it later on? Fine. But like, in the analysis, we should not get kind of like, the shadows don't look as bad and they're a little bit over here. Like, shut up. Just show the differences. We can see the difference. Like, I just think it's so silly. But the thing is that, dude, behind the frosted glass, you heard the song. It got released. There's a special room in all Xbox studios. The frosted glass. And behind that frosted glass is where quality reigns, man. That's where Herman Hulst is allowed. Herman Hulst goes back there. He goes, there's no cartwheels back here. There's no goddamn, there's no coffee. There's no brunch. You're going to work your ass off here, and you're going to make sure the PlayStation version is the best version that I want. And then we'll sneak you out the frosted glass. And that's what it is. Meanwhile, the rest of it's a clownery show. They're planting. Yo, JDub, you missed the beginning. I don't know if you watched the beginning, man, but I watched that friggin' Bond X. Holy what they're doing at Rare? They turned it into a greenhouse. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
they
dude!
spent all that money going there. What, bro?
I have no clue. I don't know if they're
You're
trying to
my
get
number one
discount. I don't know if Microsoft is trying to get tax breaks for being a greenhouse or some shit like that. But that's what that video was. It was a friggin'. I think they're gonna
Here's
send
the
it to the
thing.
government.
Microsoft owns them, right? But Microsoft, I feel like they're so fucking hands off with a lot of these things. These guys are spending all this money doing all this shit, and the only thing we've seen from them for the last 20 years was goddamn Sea of Thieves. I'm like, you fuckers need to. Back in the day when Nintendo had Rare, they were cranking out games every
That's what I
fucking
said,
month.
dude.
I don't understand you, Microsoft. Yeah, bro, I'm just saying, epic.
Dude,
failure.
they did a whole 5-minute
Epic
video
failure.
on their break room and talking around. Dude, if you want to get a friggin' hoot, you go watch Introducing Bond X, dude, on their Rare channel. They want their newest, fanciest part of Rare Studios. You think they can make in a game? They turn that thing on. The guy, the lady's talking about the break room, and the guy's talking around. He's talking with a plant in his face because he has to look good for the camera. Like this this lady hyped up her friggin' coffee shop.
There's a big kitchen area with kind of a table where you can talk and have kind of
their
a
new
more
target audience is
collaborative.
about to spend a shitload of money on their games because they're gonna start making games for PlayStation 5. So I mean,
JDub, I just want to get your initial reaction. The Grindhouse saw this a little bit earlier. I'm gonna hit play right here, and I want you to watch this video, and I just want to get your reaction. Grinders, let's read these 2 super chats, and I want to hear JDub and Link and Frog. I don't know if you were here. You were here. Frog was here. Link and JDub. I want to hear your reaction. I'm gonna hit the play on the video. I want you to watch this part, and I want you to get your reaction here. This is Rare Studios Bond X, the Greenhouse. Game Night with the 5. He goes, if Xbox One was the worst selling generation to lose, the Series X and S selling worse. I don't see the rationale for making another console. I agree, dude. I don't know what they dude. It is like digging the ET hole. Phil has the friggin' he has the shovel. Kiri for the 5. He goes, Digital Foundry makes money on the back of the console war. That money would dry up if they pointed out it was over. True, Kiri. That's the reason why they're talking about that shit. You're right. There you go. Digital Foundry. Playing with magnets. All right, I'm going to hit play on this video. Let's get JDub and Link's initial reaction to Rare and what they've been doing for all these years. Here we go, Grinders. You know what they're going to hear. Here we go.
Environment. We've organized litter picking. We have beekeepers on site, and you can buy rare honey from reception.
We're making games, which can be sometimes seen as a frivolous way of using power.
They're going to watch it on the delay. Tell me what you think after you hear what that lady just said. Brian, he says he has the funniest joke tied to this thing. They got... They got... Rare has beekeepers on site and make their own honey. A game studio.
Yeah,
what are we doing here? What
I'm gonna be honest, man.
It's
This
clear
shit is
making
crazy.
games is not the priority over
Dude,
here.
she
it's
hyped
optional.
up. Yeah, and then here's this part. Yeah, I'm gonna play this part here.
Pretty picture, or even just wandering over and see how other features are going.
There's a big kitchen area with kind of a table where you can talk and have kind of a more collaborative, like casual, just chat or catch up with people or a coffee. You feel kind of...
There's the other video part. Dude, I'm in shock. I thought this was a video for HSN. I was like, this is not HSN, the friggin' Home and Gardens Network. I don't know what's going on here. This is a gaming studio here, and then I showed Stella Blade and them working their ass off to get that game coming out. But like again, it's hands off, dude. Like I don't understand. Instead of making honey, fix the fucking shadows.
Let me ask you this: Is how many people work at Rare? I mean, is it a small studio now?
They
Or,
got
I
beekeepers
want to know
and
how many
shit.
people.
I'm gonna find out how many work people were.
Because I'm like, the only game that they fucking made in the last decade was Sea of Thieves.
Exactly.
So, what else are you doing? Like, is that game really popping like that? Where like they can just survive forever with that? I mean, I don't know.
I have no clue.
What happened to Xbox's A and B team, A team and B team and C team?
Yeah, they got a C team. They're making honey. That's what the C team's doing. They're selling honey at reception.
Yeah.
Dude, Rare has been owned by Microsoft since 2002. There are 200 plus employees as a count of 200 as of 2020. Yeah. 200 employees. Holy crap. And you want to see some crazy shit? Look at this. Where's their yeah, look at this. You want to see games? Look at did they have their list of games? Dude, their games here. Where is it? They made look at this stuff under what is it? Did they even look at their history. Like look at what Rare was doing. They made Donkey Kong Country, Banjo-Kazooie, Conker, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Star Fox Adventures, Cameo, Killer Instinct, RC Pro-Am, Diddy Kong Racing, Battletoads, Skyhawk, Sea of Thieves. That's it. And if you look, what's crazy is two franchises, Perfect Dark and Battletoads, Microsoft are making or have made, and Rare didn't even make it.
Yep.
Battletoads was made by Dahlia Studios, no online. And Perfect Dark is now sitting there with the initiative and their coffee with 20 people staring at each other, waiting for Crystal Dynamics to finish whatever bullshit they're working on with Lara Croft to wait for Perfect Dark. Meanwhile, Rare is sitting there. You took Bond X and they're making Honey. Let them make Perfect Dark. How could you not make Rare make Perfect Dark? You tell me all 200 plus people are working on Sea of Thieves updates and making the shadows better on PS5? Is that what you're doing with Rare? 200 and plus people for a decade working on Sea of Thieves updates. And you let Conker sit out there. Conker shrivel his ass up. You letting friggin' Cameo, not even a sequel to Cameo. No one else. Where is the other game? Whoever wrote this thing, the biggest one of all, Viva fucking Pinata. 1 and 2 came out. Viva Pinata they created. Where's that on this list? Whoever made this Wikipedia needs to get their ass together. They made Viva Pinata 1 and 2. Where is it? And now I know Warwana. I know we're not talking about Rare N64. I'm talking about at least Rare 360.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I've been asking for my initial profile was Conker because I was pissed off that they didn't have a Conker at all.
Yeah.
But you got to be kidding me. Like they have done this with them. It's insane.
Well, and this is just one studio.
Yeah.
They own like 50, 60 fucking studios and they still got nothing.
They released
nothing's ready.
State of Decay 2 in 2008 when they got purchased. That Undead Labs. 2002 they made State of Decay 2. You tell me from 2018 to 2024 we haven't seen anything with State of Decay 3.
Nothing.
Same thing goes for Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2 has been in I don't think it's been in development since 2018, but they owned them since 2018. The guy made that video back in 2019 that Hellblade 2 they were working on it.
Yep.
Even that's like 5 years. Like how even Compulsion. They made We Happy Few, Frog's favorite game. Nah, Frog hates that game. Frog hates that game. We Happy Few. They released it right before they got purchased by Microsoft, and they just showed a video trailer at the game show in January of 2024. Crazy. How the hell do these studios and then when these games come out, they're missing Hellblade 2 doesn't have 60 frames. Who the hell knows what's going on? And they're saying they're cooking, they're not cooking. They're raw. Like you can't have a game from 2019 being worked on, and then it comes out in 2024 missing shit.
Yeah, their studios are fucking sitting around bullshitting, not releasing shit because they're on the payroll. And
I don't know what they're doing. But like the thing is that expectations increase when you have such a long time. And I remember 2019, 2020 going, guys, and they said they're saving it for next gen. They're saving it for next gen. Microsoft's talking about another fucking console, and we still haven't seen those games. Like, it's crazy. That's what's crazy. And then telling me that Sony is in the same trouble that Microsoft's in. Sony had their own issues and pivots, but guess what? Through all that shit, they still put out launch lineup. They still release games and award-winning games and quality games and DLC to games and more DLC and remakes and second-party deals and exclusive DLC for those second-party deals and DLC for those deals or Final Fantasy DLC. And launch games in their service, made a whole VR system, which I feel like they abandoned, but they still put it out there. They still have a shit ton of games for it. Like, they've done shit while pivoting. Microsoft says, we're pivoting, 2 years without games. 2020, no Halo, no game. 2022, no games. Because Bethesda delayed there too. And you delay your game over a year with Halo, missing features after a year delay, and then the same thing, Redfall, a year delay, comes out not 60 frames in a first-person shooter. Starfield, year delay. Oh, bugs, and they try to make Starfield, they try to give every excuse in the book to Starfield. They were focusing on Bug Bethesda, and they didn't call them loading screen Bethesda, and they got them. Everybody was trying, even Paris trying to, it's the bugs. If the bugs aren't game breaking, we're okay, everybody. They tried to damage control Starfield before it came out, but nobody knew about the horrible load screens and lack of shit going on those planets. And
if you notice, Jazz, whenever Xbox shows off a game, right? Whenever they show off gameplay, it's always chopped up. It's never 10 minutes of somebody playing the game. You'll see little segments. But it's always chopped up because they always want to deceive you as far as they hide certain aspects of the game, right?
Yeah.
So when Sony does a state of play, they show you, the game. Yeah. And they did that 30-minute thing for Starfield last summer at their showcase.
That was it.
And it was a bunch of chopped up gameplay that didn't actually show you some of the things like the load screen, the constant load screens and stuff like that. So they always show you the game running on a PC, and it's just they're just very deceptive about how they show the video game.
And they're being deceptive again, even with Hellblade 2 recently. There, like not showing new gameplay and having very controlled previews, and it's all words. Again, just like Redfall was going to be Game of the Year in their previews, and then the game release, and it was far from that. At all. But this whole Helldivers 2 going to Xbox, I just wanted to just touch on this. There was a rumor from Xbox Era, which I watched some of that video, and I could go in on some of that shit, but it is what it is, man. Listen, it was the same guy that everybody said Starfield was going to PlayStation. They say boo to him, but now they're celebrating Helldivers 2. Look, Helldivers 2 is a great game. Keep port begging for it. Maybe you'll finally get some quality coming your way, because that's the only place you're going to get quality from. So I hope Helldivers goes to Xbox, because you know why? Then you know what the hell a good game is, and then you can look to Phil and say, where the fuck are your games, Phil?
Helldivers is not going to Xbox. This is a fake rumor spread by an Xbox YouTube podcast. I know. You know these tactics, Jazz, right? So what happens is there's an unsubstantiated rumor that they spread, like you said earlier, that catches fire. Then you got these media outlets that start reporting on it, but there's no real source behind none of this stuff, right? And conveniently, when Microsoft starts to put their games on PlayStation, now PlayStation is going to start putting their first-party games on Xbox. Because Sony's got to follow the Pied Piper. This is nothing but a bunch of hope. And if you hope and a bunch of BS, it's not real.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Go over there. It goes back to what I said, right? The console war is over, but these guys, the only people left, right, are the people that the rejects, the guys that are new into gaming, and it's like that's why I don't even argue with them anymore. Like I argue with Tim Dog, with Crap, and some of the big name Xbox guys. Once they gave up, that was it. Why would I argue with these new guys who new on the block? Like these guys, they are like
JDub. Think about it, JDub.
Oh, Phil Spencer started the port begging though. Like, who does that help? It's like, well, not you.
Yeah.
Like,
listen,
Phil Spencer
you got
started it.
You got third-party devs smaller devs starting to skip Xbox because they don't see a way that they can sell a video game on that console, right? You got people like Christopher Dring saying that retail outlets in Europe can't sell anything with an Xbox logo on it, right? So Sony's going to decide to put one of their first-party games on Xbox, spend the resources to port the game to their competitor for no sales. It makes no sense. They got Xbox on the ropes
And
right now,
and
right?
on top of that,
Look, Jazz, wait. They got them on the ropes. They got Xbox putting their first-party games on PlayStation. The PS5 Pro is about to come out in probably November. That they're about to finish them off. Why would they sit here and do something like that that's going to give them any more life? It doesn't make any sense.
They actually finished themselves off. It wasn't Sony that
they tripped over.
Sony didn't do anything. All Sony
Phil
did
walked
was
out with 2 left
deliver
feet.
what they remember. Sony delivered one of the, a weaker on paper, right, spec console. Sony did that. Sony also had games at launch. So Sony did what they always do. It's Microsoft that one that fucking been tripping on their own dicks. It's damn.
Phil's been trying to get Sony to remember. He even said it so many times in court. He's like, he even said it on that Xbox podcast. He goes,
they don't want Game Pass.
Sony makes it hard for us to be Xbox. He even said, even on court, he says that, Sony, or even Satya said it too. Like when he didn't want exclusives anymore, he's like, well, the industry, there are some people that still believe the exclusives there, referring to Sony and Nintendo. Like they are not going to relinquish their exclusives because you decided to relinquish yours. Like, you're not, just like that video that went around from, that comedy show. Like the fact that it's like, hey, here's your basket of games. Like, what you getting? She's like, you ain't getting shit from me.
Shit.
Like, and if Helldivers goes over there, like, it is what it is. But
why would it?
I don't know. Like, I have no clue. Like, are they struggling for people? Like, it doesn't look like it.
Why would Helldivers be the game that Sony decides
it makes
under their own free will to put it on Xbox? It doesn't make sense. This is their competitor. They're not
early.
They're not
talks,
competing. They're not competing anymore. Right? They're not competing.
Talks.
He says early, dude.
Right.
Early talks.
Bullshit ass rumor. It's not substantiated.
I'm here. Phil's not going to make it to the summer. He's quitting.
So what happened? No, listen. What happened to Power Worlds? When the bots hyping up Power Worlds,
Helldivers happened to Power Worlds.
Why y'all not still continuing to hype up Power Worlds?
They can only wipe Jigglypuff's ass so many times.
98%. That shit dropped 98%.
Dude, Power Worlds. Listen. If Helldivers didn't happen, Power Worlds they were already trying to hype it up at the Xbox podcast. Like Sarah Bones, like, and Power Worlds is doing incredible, and that was an Xbox Game Pass game. Oh, shove. And then what happened? Helldivers
Power
2
World was a big game. Power World was a big game for 1 week.
Helldivers 2 happened to it. That's exactly what happened to it. They tried hyping up that shit. Oh shit! What did Lucci Sky send me? He says Bethesda France. Yeah, they got closed down. Oh shit! Bethesda France. It seems that Microsoft. Oh shit! Yeah, he's saying that.
I read that. Yep.
Yeah, but they shut down Bethesda France and they were working on Indiana Jones. I don't know. Maybe they were working on the first-person mode, the third-person mode. I don't know. Clue. I have no clue, man. Indiana Jones. Let's see what the hell that shit is. But no, what happened to Power Worlds is that, Helldivers 2 came out and took the world by storm. That's why Phil Spencer didn't even talk about it. He's like, it'll be great to have Helldivers 2
You're my number one
on
customer.
our platform. Big Razzo with the 5. He goes, honestly, left Helldivers 2 to go to, left HD 2, Helldivers 2, go to Xbox. But let it be for purchase, not Game Pass. Now we'll see if Xbox will buy it. They won't. The first thing I saw people in that room already asking will be in Game Pass. Like,
yes, and they're not gonna buy it.
Guy, please. Like, the thing is that if these games, listen, Sony, I'm never saying never for any of this shit nowadays. Who the hell knows, especially regarding Sony, Nintendo, probably you could say some shit. But whatever Sony, their actions are, they're still keeping PlayStation console their centerpiece and premier place to experience the games that they have curated and the games that they are making. That's the thing that they're doing. And if they continue to do that, there is a reason to own a PlayStation. Microsoft has eliminated curation of quality games. They don't make deals anymore to get great games to their platform because Game Pass, nobody wants to be in Game Pass. They'll put their game on your console, but once Game Pass got involved, people did not want to put their game in Game Pass for that thing. And Phil needed to go buy publishers to compensate for that stuff because he hoped with the flywheel that people will just see them putting their games in there and seeing what they do, and then publishers will be like, oh, we'll put our games in Game Pass because you're doing it. We'll do it. Nobody followed Phil streaking. He's like, well, all streaking. No, they're not, Phil. Just you. Nobody wants to put their shit in there. Okay. And then he had to go buy whole ass publishers to do it. And listen, Sony, if they do want to put Helldivers, I don't know why they're like, 20 million people, 25 million consoles sitting out there. And does it make worth, like, do they need to put that game to run? First off, if you recall, I remember people making fun that Helldivers 2 was running at 1080p 60 or some shit like that. I remember people making fun. Yeah. What the fuck do you think the Series S is going to run it at?
Exactly.
Take a walk.
I'm going to be honest.
Take a walk.
It'd
be fucking 540p.
I want to see how Helldivers is going to run on the Series X. That's what I want. Not Helldivers, but Hellblade too.
Oh shit, Hellblade! Oh my god, Hellblade isn't. It's gonna. Get ready.
Maybe that's why it runs 964p.
I don't even
30
know
frames
what kind
on
of
the world's most powerful console.
Dude, I don't know what I don't know what Hellblade's gonna look like on that thing.
They're not going to talk about it. You're not going to find out about it until the game.
How 80% of the population have it?
Yeah, that game going to be like 540p. It's going to be awful.
Phil Spencer has to show more gameplay. Here he goes. Phil Spencer, voice cracks. Phil, you got to show some gameplay of Hellblade 2 on Series S.
Prepare ship.
Yep.
Prepare ship.
His voice cracks. He's like, we got to show gameplay. Fuck out of here. Dude, it is crazy. Yo, hit that like button, grinders. Get ready. I know. Hey, man. Get ready. Stella Blade is coming. The cheeks are finally clapping this week, and they're not booty cheeks. They're real ass cheeks. They're coming this week, and more greatness is coming our way. I'm excited, and we got to play the demo. That's what the best thing about it is that we got to play the demo. We seen the game. We played the game. Reviews could come out, and it's gonna be some Twitter bullshit if it's 80, 90s, and shit. Guess what? We know the game because we played it. So who gives a shit about reviews? If you like it, you're going to get it. If you didn't, you got it. That's why we make the decision.
Remember, I keep saying this, the console war's over. So Metacritic and all that shit don't even matter anymore when it comes to. So that's why I'm saying even the bots, no matter what they say, they're going to hate on the game. They're going to rate it low. They're going to say X, Y, and Z. But their console died. A fiery death, so it's over.
That's why it's in a rut. That's why gaming is in a rut for them. Like, think about it. They thought this was going to be their year, and you can even hear. I saw like what Tim was saying earlier in the year. He's like, everything was lining up. They bought Activision. Call of Duty was there. They finally, Phil was talking about the release cadence that they were going to have. He could see it. He could see it. He could see it.
Yeah.
And they had the show in January where some games, Hellblade 2 looks good. And it's like, oh shit, now finally we get some game that looks good now instead of this wonky ass shit that we've been getting. And now we get some quality games. And then the next month, Phil, again, he walks out of that thing, trips over himself, and has the Xbox podcast where he's like, all right, we're taking a couple of games, we're putting them on PlayStation. So it's like you completely just gut punched everybody that was waiting for that redemption story that we held on to the line, and now we're gonna see the fruits of our labor. Xbox is gonna do it since 2017. We've been holding on, thinking that this is gonna happen, and now you pull the rug from underneath us and stop putting your games, and then on top of that, the games look and play better on the competition. Like how many gut punches do you need to do? Like it's just insane, dude. I've never seen a company do it. I can't believe it.
These devs are not gonna sabotage their own games that they're trying to sell.
I can't believe it.
To make the Xbox look better if they can get better results on the PS5.
And that's what it is.
They're selling to a much larger install base.
Yeah, and you're selling it. There's a key point. You guys said it all the time.
Listen,
they're selling this game.
Guys, think about the irony of this. Think about this for a second. Beginning of the generation when Sony was showing off the DualSense, what did the bot say? It's a gimmick. Devs aren't going to use it. Only Sony first party is going to use this controller. Now you fast forward 4 years into the generation. Can you believe that Xbox first party studios are not only making games for PlayStation, but are utilizing the DualSense controller?
3D audio,
it's insane.
It's insane that this is where we are. But this is where we are because they don't buy games. Insane. They didn't buy the console. Listen, Jazz, my experience on Twitter with Xbox dudes, the majority of them don't even own an Xbox. 90% of them are on PC.
How many of them ran out and bought a PC after that February show?
No. Jazz, they've been on PC. No.
Oh, they've been on PC?
They're the few
I told you disgruntled. They're disgruntled bots.
Man.
Listen, these bots now, before all of that, I mean, they've been on PC for a little while because they've not been happy with the experience of the console with 30 frames per second and no ray tracing.
Exactly.
And all this
like,
stuff,
why
right?
would you?
So,
if the Series X is not the best place to play the games, like, why would you even invest in one?
But Jazz, are you really a bot if you don't even own an Xbox? Like, I don't.
It's dude. Hey man, Phil caters to that where he's like, well, every screen is an Xbox. Like he's just called the PlayStation Xbox. It's like, oh my god, like whatever. You know, you could be, you could identify as a bot, whatever the hell. You guys, it's insane, man. Like if that's like just like what they're saying, like, look, our games are selling on PlayStation. We won. Hey man, whatever you want to take is a win. But guess what? Like I said. You're getting L's because you're not getting the games because you're trying to make excuses for Xbox to get a W so they make money. I remember, they're putting their games so they get money and then they're going to make more games for me and now I'm going to play. None of it ever amounted to anything. Like the fact is all excuses made for $1 trillion company. If they're not delivering what you want and you have to go somewhere else, then I don't understand how you continue to support it when somewhere else is better than what they've been offering and lied to your face, dude. The corporation set expectations for you and didn't deliver on not only the hardware, but on the games. And if you could sit there and accept that and still cheer on that brand, like, you know, if my team continues to suck and lose and and they're like, we're going to get better and they never get better, they got to clean house before I start investing my time in watching them again. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how, as a consumer, you feel that you're at the mercy of that brand to force yourself not to play better games on better platforms because you have this favoritism to another brand. It makes no friggin' sense at all. Like, if PlayStation wasn't giving me quality of games, they could go fuck themselves. I don't want to play on it. You know what I mean? I'll play where the games are. That's why if you make a great game, no matter where it is, you'll play it. But the problem is that they're more concerned about where they could play the game instead of what they're going to play. They think just by putting it where means they're going to win. They're not. It has to be what? You have to want to play. Like the PS Portal would be garbage if there wasn't games you wanted to play on it from PlayStation. Exactly. You know? Like if you had a bunch of shit-ass games, like the Portal is dead.
Listen, this is why I think PlayStation needs to be very careful with this PC strategy because if there were there's a lot of users on PC, potential sales on PC, right?
Yeah.
But we consistently see the PlayStation 5 outsell the PC when it comes to multi-plat single-player games, right? Yeah. When you look at Steam, the top 15 right now on Steam, I want to say I looked at it a day or two ago. The only single-player games that were on Steam top 15 were 3 Fallout games that just resurged because of that show, right? Yeah. Everything that they're playing on there is multiplayer stuff, right? So, and games as a service, and League of Legends, Dota, that kind of stuff. So, PlayStation has to be careful not to devalue their platform by chasing this potential consumer base and eliminating what makes their console special, which is the exclusives.
They've been telling you what they're doing and why they're doing it, and I get it. I don't know. Maybe it's just the nature of it, right? But it's for as a PlayStation guy and with the PlayStation community. I guess they're very mistrusting when it comes to some of the moves and stuff. Like, for example, this overlay and trophy support that's coming to PC. I didn't have a problem with it. It's because I double dip on a lot of my games. Like, I just bought the Horizon, even though I beat it on my PS5 and everything else. But I, ended up buying on there because I want to play it and see how it was. See, was it better? I got a high-end rig. I want to see what it's about. PlayStation did a really fucking good job where it's like if they would have never brought the PC version, whatever, it would have been just fine. The game runs beautiful. I didn't notice too much of a difference and stuff like that. Now, here's the thing. If I can get my trophies...
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Jada. This bullshit-ass conversation, right? So with the PC and stuff. So let me ask you a question. Are PlayStation first-party games, since they've adopted this PC initiative, are their games selling more or are they selling less?
No, but it's not about more.
Answer the question. Are they selling more before they started doing this?
No,
they're not selling more. Their first-party games and these exclusive games are actually selling less. But since they've adopted this PC strategy, right?
No. That's not true, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Well, give me some examples and tell me how much.
Let me give you some examples. Right? All PlayStation games. We just had this conversation earlier when I said there's 3 billion PC gamers out there. When you see those PC numbers for PlayStation games, they barely crack 1 million. Yeah. Barely.
I'm talking about the sales on PlayStation. Take the PC stuff out of it. The first-party game on the PlayStation console, take Horizon Zero Dawn. That game sold over 20 million copies. It tapped out at about 8.4 million on the console. And what do they say? When these games reach their sales potential on the console, we will release them on PC, right? Yeah. So you got a lot of your first-party titles, with the exception of games like God of War and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So most of these games are selling less. And my theory is that the PC user in the PS4 generation, right, that wanted to play those occasional PS4 exclusive games, those games weren't coming to the PC. So you had to buy a PS4. So they buy a PS4 to play those 6, 7, 8, 9 exclusive games that generation that weren't going to be on the PC, right? They don't have to do that now. They can wait. Those games will come to the PC. Then they have the option of either pirating the game or actually buying it. Okay, so they traded a PlayStation gamer for a PC guy who has the option of buying the game or not buying the game, right? So I get it. They're looking at the potential.
That's
the user
not
base.
No,
it is true because it is true because that actually is not true, JDub, because I actually talked to a guy who's not involved in none of this stuff. That is a PC guy. He said now he doesn't have to buy a PlayStation to get Sony first-party game.
He never. Okay,
no. He bought a PS4 last generation, JDub.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Right? But let me say this, right?
He just want to say that. So.
This is how it. This is I feel like man. It's an emotional overreaction, and I'm gonna tell you why.
No, I don't think so.
If you own a PC, you do not have to buy a PlayStation. But guess what? You can sit around and wait a year, potentially 2 years, to play these PlayStation games. And nothing's wrong with that. You know why? Because by that time, you and I, who own PS5s, will already have played these games and already got our fun and our worth out of it. And we get to move on.
J-Dub.
No. Listen to me, right?
I'm just talking about the games and the sales. Because what did Jim Ryan say? Having 20-some million people play my game and that's all they got a chance to play, it pains me.
He's not only 20 million people got to play a game. He's eating Jello at the old age home.
But here this is why I say it's a dumb argument. For one, there's not enough PC guys out there that are actually going out buying PlayStation games. If you saw PlayStation, listen, wait, you got to let me finish first. If you suddenly start seeing PC versions of these PlayStation games that go out and sell 10, 15, 12 million copies, then you will have a point. The problem, hold on, listen, you gotta let me finish, brother. the fact that this is what you're doing. You're comparing last generation, a console sale for Horizon from last generation that had 120
It
something
wasn't at
million.
100 million console Horizon
How
the game
many?
came out.
How many was it? Was it more than 50 and 60? Was it more than where we are right now in the console cycle? I'm asking you. Was it? Hello?
Link?
And Jada, that game came out 4 years into the generation, right? So yes, it did come out to a larger install base. Right?
Whatever your name is,
what is it?
Get ready for the big surprise.
I'm asking you.
And that game
sold. You said.
Hey,
you
look,
said
Jada,
20,
that game sold. That game sold. Continued to sell.
I'm asking you, right? You got the numbers. You tell me, how many did it sell last year? You said 25 million, right?
No, I said 20. I ain't said no 25.
Okay, 20. It sold 20 million, right? When did Horizon Zero Dawn launch?
Zero Dawn? It was 2017.
2017.
January, February.
So from 2017 to 2020, because that's when the PlayStation 5 launched. From 2017 to 2020, is that what it sold, the 20 million? Or did it sell? I'm asking. Because I'm just what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get an apples to apples comparison. Because the PS4 launched in 2013. So from 2013 to 2017, that's roughly around 3 to 4 years, right? That's 3 to 4 years. So, okay, at 4 years in on the PlayStation 4, you launched this game, this Horizon Zero Dawn, right? It launched in 2017. It went on to sell 20 million copies. So that's from 2017 all the way to 2020. But the install base was still a collective from all the way from 2013. You had a lot more systems that was out on the market, right?
J-Dub, all I'm saying is these games aren't selling on PC, and it's hurting the console brain. I get it. You want to make the extra revenue.
I'm just asking.
You want to make the extra revenue, but it's not turning into more sales. It's just not.
But clearly they saying it don't have to. If the game, listen, and that's why this
They're opening up their games to another audience, their IP and stuff too.
This is what I'm saying, right? Let's say you have a sandwich. This is what you have, and I'm gonna use this logic. You have a sandwich you bought from Subway, a 12-inch cold cut combo. You've ate 3/4 of that sandwich. You just got a little quarter piece left, right? You're full. You've had the meal. It was a great meal. You wrap it up in a piece of paper and you threw it in the trash and you set it aside. And some homeless guy comes and grabs that little piece that you left and they're eating it. You're getting mad at that homeless guy for eating that quarter piece of sandwich when you've already had the buffet. You've had the chips, the whole combo, and you're mad at that. Like, who cares about that? That homeless guy is not going to come and steal.
Who's mad? Who's mad at it?
No, I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying in general to people that are upset about the old fucking games are coming to PC. All these old games, right? Like Ghost of Tsushima, right? Ghost of Tsushima been out for what, 4 years? It's finally coming to PC. Like, are you really mad that old ass game is coming to PC when you're finna get the sequel? You're literally finna get Ghost of Tsushima 2, but you're mad that they get to play. Nah. It's just something that's like, it's not worth my time. Like, why would I care? I got the good shit. I get first, like, for example, right? PC gamers won't be able to play Grand Theft Auto 6 for at least a year or two, right? So are you telling me that they're just gonna sit there and wait to play Grand Theft Auto for a year or two? Most of them won't. Most of them they're gonna fucking go out and buy a PlayStation 5 Pro. But the PC market, those high-end gamers like that are so small and minuscule. That's why Jim Ryan and them did it, because like, why would it ruffle your feathers? It's not like they did what Xbox did, and they gave a whole fucking slate from day and date all across the whole portfolio and just turned that shit on the PC. That devalued Xbox. But having a year, 2 year, 4 year old games go to PC at that point, I don't think it's. Let me
ask you, what do you think about the trophy thing going over there? Some people in the chat were like, maybe that's kind of like enough. You can put your games over there, but now you start putting like my feature set over there, or
But okay, if you're a PC, but you got to think of it this way: if you're a PC gamer, you play on Steam, Epic Store, you play on fucking Windows Store if you really care to do that.
Yeah.
But do you really care about trophy score? Because that means you got to start over. You don't.
I know
really
exactly
care,
why
right?
they did. I know exactly.
Hold on. They did it for example, like what I did, the double dippers. A person like me, if
That's
I
not why they
already
did it.
okay, you
think
tell
so?
me why they did it.
What?
No, I don't think
You
that's why
tell
they
me
did
why
it.
they did it.
So you know
You
how a
tell
lot
me
of
why they
people
did
were
it.
saying they were going to let PlayStation gonna launch their own store and all this stuff. I
Oh,
don't think
that's
PlayStation.
I think that's a possibility. I think
I don't
PlayStation
think PlayStation gonna
probably
do it
will.
because the reason why I don't think they're gonna do it is because these PC guys are so loyal to Steam. They won't even download free games on Epic. Okay, they love Steam, so PlayStation's thinking
because that's where because Steam is the oldest store, so that's why they have their achievements.
They love
that's
Steam,
that just
right?
makes
So
sense.
they're like,
I think they'll just do a launcher, but not a store.
Well, so they're like, okay.
Well, they probably don't want to spend. They don't want to lose that 30%. Right. So if they want to lose that 30%, they can say we can get 30% if we make our own.
Let me just make this point real quick. Hold on, real quick. They're thinking these PC guys like Steam, right? It's gonna be hard to pull them off of Steam. So instead of building our own launcher, our own store that they're probably not going to download or even utilize, we'll just put our interface in the game so that they can get the PlayStation experience inside the game without having to download a separate launcher or a separate store. So it's kind of like a way to give you that experience without having to force a different launcher on them, because most of the PC guys don't want to play games outside of Steam unless it's something pirated.
Listen, as a PC gamer, I'll be honest, they don't care.
They do. JDub, they won't even download free games on the Epic Game Store.
That's not true.
Come on,
That's
man.
not true.
No,
let me ask you this: who is telling you this stuff?
Because Epic Games is saying they've lost millions and millions and millions of dollars.
But do you know why?
Not making any money because nobody will use their store.
Do you know why? Listen, okay, I can explain it to you if you want to understand why. Right? The fact is, I can go to CD Keys, right? And I can get these fucking cheap games wherever they want me, wherever they got it. If I want to just play the game, I'll fucking get it $20. While right now it's fucking $69. I can go get it for fucking $20. Who cares what store it on? I just want to fucking play the game. These PC guys are not tied to achievement. They're not tied to one particular platform, right? A lot of people like myself included. I get shit on fucking GOG all the fucking time. And I've been doing this for fucking decades. So that's why I'm asking you, who are you talking? Like, who are you talking to?
Whatever your name is.
It consolidates. Yeah, it can consolidate all these.
See, that's the thing.
Like, I think dudes are not going to download a PlayStation launcher. They would, especially if the game is on Steam.
I think there's a confusion, and you can explain to me. I think there's a confusion between a launcher and a
trophy
store.
Support.
A launcher is an overlay that when you boot up the game, you could buy the game on Steam, but then it boots up the launcher to kind of give you those PlayStation features.
That's what it's doing.
That's a launcher, but that is not.
It's not a. They're not doing a launcher.
It's not really a launcher because it's not a separate
then
app.
They bypass Steam, and then they will make their money back and 100%.
Where are you getting this information from? All they're doing is having trophy support. That means when you're playing your Sony PlayStation games on your PC,
it's an overlay.
Right? That means you will actually get trophies, right, on your PlayStation.
And you can access your friends list too.
Yes.
But it's just giving you that interface without you having to download a separate app. It's built into the game. You don't have to download anything else. When you launch the game,
fine. What's wrong with that?
Hey, hold on, JDub. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
Most PlayStation guys own PCs.
I think it was
most PC
smart
guys
for them
own PlayStation.
JDub, hold on. I think this was smart of them to do that because they're trying to get these people to play these games. And they're like, hey, trophies, you can access your friends list. We got crossplay now with Ghost of Tsushima. So they're trying to make it's a easy way to implement the PlayStation interface without requiring them to download a separate app. That's all it is.
Jim Ryan said it clearly, and shout out to Sean Layton and J Bar and Persona for having Sean Layton on there. He reiterated a few weeks ago. He said, "Listen, they would never try to trade a PlayStation gamer for a PC gamer because they would lose more money because PC guys are not invested into the ecosystem. They don't subscribe to the services. They don't do X, Y, and Z. They don't buy the accessories. They don't want to do that. But what they want to have is somebody who's on PC who don't really find a need or want to be in the PC market and buy. They do want to entice them to go over there. So while they get to play the old game, while the PlayStation gamers play the new game, that may entice them to go over in that ecosystem and buy a PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation 5.
Man, that shit ain't gonna work.
Listen,
that ain't.
Feelings aside.
Come on, man. You know want to play, they'll go there and go buy no PlayStation.
No, I'm just saying.
No PlayStation.
Listen, you can say that, but right now, with everything that happened with COVID and everything else, these motherfuckers are sitting around 60-some million consoles, right? That which is equivalent and sometimes to giving a month surpass the PS4. So we can say what we want, but I'll still say this. Majority of PC guys own the PlayStation. Majority of PlayStation guys own a PC. That's just literally what it is. It is what it is.
I don't know about that. I don't think the majority of PlayStation guys own a PC. I don't agree with that at all.
I'm just gonna say, whatever they
that's
decide
fine. That's a great thing. That's a great thing about podcasting because you can always agree to disagree. But I guarantee you, all you got to do is jump on YouTube. Look at Jez. Right now, he's streaming his podcast from what? A PC, right? Yeah. He owns a PlayStation. He owns a PC. Mooch, the same thing. Me, the same thing. Everybody else.
A gaming rig?
Yes. Jez has a gaming rig.
I have a 4070.
I have a 4090. Right? Mooch has a 3090 Ti. I sold them a 3090 Ti.
These are content creators.
All of these
listen. That ain't true.
No, but seriously, the thing is like the thing is though is that if you want to play the games, if they make these games compelling, people will play them where they want. Now, if you really don't care about the game, you could wait until the game comes to where you want to play. But that's if you really don't care. Like nobody's gonna sit here and go like, I can't wait to play. Like Stella Blade, like I'm just gonna wait for it to come to PC. Well, then guess what? I don't think you really want to play it. Then. You know what I mean?
Jez,
and that's the whole point.
Jez, this is what most people fail to realize. Majority of the PC gamers, they don't play console games.
Levels to how
they play.
You are.
They play game. If you look at the top played PC games,
they don't.
If you look at the top played PC games, they are not console ports. They're the Dota 2s of the world. No. They're the CSGOs of the world. They're the World of Warcraft.
The PlayStation sales. Like I showed the PlayStation
exactly.
Sales. It's
and
not
the average. According to Steam, the average video card of PC gamers is on the level of a 1060. Right, so that's low end gaming in today's standard. That's not a 20 series, that's not a 30 series, and definitely not a 40 series. So why are you like if there's 3 billion PC gamers out here? Why is this fear that collectively all of these PC gamers are just not like? Who gives a fuck? They're very small. If you look at how many
small, I just showed
40,
you the thing.
30 and 40 series graphics card that have sold, that shit's like 3 million, 4 million. Like that's a handful of people compared to the whole fucking 3 billion industry. Like stop it. Like, dude, like y'all, like whoever is doing the fear mongering stuff, you're listening to the wrong people.
It's because
you're listening to the wrong people.
Guess who the people are? The disgruntled Xbox PC.
Absolutely. I said that at the beginning of the podcast. Remember? I said these guys who are doing this talking, they're just disgruntled
I'm gonna say
Xbox guys.
I'm gonna say one more thing about this data. You remember when you just said that it might entice somebody that plays these games on PC to go get a PlayStation, right?
Yeah, if they when God of War 2018 came to PC. Then Ragnarok came. That would have enticed people to be like,
it might. Hold on, Jada. I just want to make my point real quick. But Sean Layden, right? He was running PlayStation, right? He spearheaded this whole thing.
He said the one that said it.
Hold on, let me finish this. He didn't say that. He said we realized that these PC gamers were not coming to us. So we need to bring the PlayStation experiences to them. Case closed. That's all I got to say.
Okay. How did that? What did that change? They did, right? They put God of War 2018 on PC.
But you're saying these PC are going to go out and buy a PlayStation. I don't.
You listened to one part of his, but you didn't listen to the other part. Apparently. He said they did that in hopes that if they play games like God of War 2018, and now they see that God of War Ragnarok is about to come out, that they might not want to wait a year or two to play that. That might entice them to go out
and you can't say that's never going to happen. And you know
exactly.
you can't.
And this is the guy
I
who
never said it's never
used to run PlayStation.
But I know what the main. But
yeah,
what
you'll
he
have a
said
small
was,
percentage of them that
by
do
putting
it,
those
Jed,
games,
but it's not going to be.
Yeah,
it's not going to be what.
He
it's
said,
not going to be a large number.
You know,
of people.
the whole point was the game is sitting there. It's not selling. They've milked it all they could. It sold the consoles.
Absolutely.
They put it into service. They did everything they could. It went on sale. It's sitting there. Let's go not have the main studio make it and take away from them.
Yeah.
Let's have another studio like Nixxes make a port for PC that will not cost so much money, so that because if the one thing that you got to see,
the game is already made. Basically, you just got to port it.
But you got to see this. The thing is that even though the games don't sell that much on PC when they put them over there, the margins that they're making are really high. They're like 100 and something percent because it's not costing them the full development cycle to make the game over there. It's just costing them the port, and if they have another studio doing it. So if they could sell 1 million on PC, the money that they make back from that thing, that's why they're doing it. It's money. It's a business. They want money.
They said you sound like an Xbox fan in 2017.
Oh, don't label JDub.
That's fine. That's fine.
Man.
All I'm saying is, right, as a PC owner and as a PlayStation gamer,
one is more than zero.
I don't feel any kind of way for somebody playing a year to 2 year to 4 year old games. That I agree. Like, am I really that scared of some PC dudes? Like, I'm finna cry. What I'm gonna do? Run the Xbox?
But I'm gonna tell you one thing, JDub, with the Sony's messed up. The problem is that, and I said this last week, they've been quiet with their first party stuff. Like, I think this would have been a much better optics, using Persona's word, better optics if they said, hey guys, Ghost of Tsushima 2 is coming out. Oh, and here's Ghost of Tsushima for PC. But when you stay quiet and it's just like PC remake, PC game, trophies, PC trophies, this thing. And what the fuck? Like, Naughty Dog cancel game. Pivot to shit for service games. It's like,
you know the people who's talking about this that really cares about these old games that's going to PC. It's only this small. No, it's only the small bubble that we live in because we podcast. It's only the fanboys. Right? Us fanboys. It's only us.
I know.
Yeah, it's only us fanboys that talk about it. Nobody else care. Like, you go ask some PC dude. He be like, well, I'm like, I don't care. Like, most people don't care.
And that's it. And my whole take on the whole thing
it's just a fanboy talking point. And so I just gave up. Like I told you, the console war is kind of been over. Yeah. So ever since it's been over, like, what am I fighting for? Like, there's nothing me to fight, right? I got a high end rig,
and I got a PlayStation. I'm gonna tell you, JDub, know what we fight for? We all fight for this is what we fight for the Grindhouse. Quality friggin' games.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely.
And that's the
as
one
long as the quality is there, that's all we care about. Then you get
my money. That's it. That's what we fight for here. This is all we fight for. Because the thing is like, this whole PC venture and all that's fine. But if I start seeing Herman Holtz, those legs that were once 90 degrees apart start getting a little tighter, closer, and he starts crossing his legs, the quality splits are coming in. Now we got a problem. Because if you want to keep that quality and you say spread eagle 90 degrees, Herman Holtz, and you could do it, do it all you want. But if those legs start coming together and you start crossing shit, Herman Holtz, we got a problem. I want the quality to be there. And that's the problem I want to make sure.
I said this, I think, last year. And this happens only within the us, our fanboy community, where as soon as Microsoft come out with a show, right, an event or show, and they show some games, all of a sudden you get a backlash from the PlayStation gamers. Oh, Sony needs to do this, and they need to rebuttal. And I'm like, wait, hold on. You've won. You've been getting the best games. You got the best hardware. You've been winning, and I'm on record saying this. PlayStation gamers in general are sore winners. And collectively, I'm gonna put myself in that, because I'm gonna play. I call myself PlayStation. But we're sore winners. That means we're so used to winning every time we keep looking back at the loser. Oh, what are they doing? Oh, they're finna have a show, man. So where's Sony's show? Sony need a show to, and it's like, listen,
don't give them the leg up.
Like, what the fuck are we doing? Why are like? But that's only in the fanboy console war space, right? But that's not the majority of the people. That's only us little small
because
bubbles.
technically, look how irrelevant Xbox is in Europe. It's like anybody asking about what's coming from them.
Exactly. Listen, even right now, Sony gave you all these fucking games. Just the first 4 months of the year. Microsoft has gave you 0 games this year.
0.
But guess what? Guess who crying right now? It's some. I ain't gonna say everybody. It's just some PlayStation guys are crying right now. Not the guys who should be crying. The motherfuckers who not getting shit. Right. So. But that's why I say we're just sore winners because PlayStation has been winning so much.
Twitter's been a shithole.
It's like
Twitter's a shithole.
Well, yeah, because I mean, think about it. Even right now, and we talked about it earlier when you brought up how about it only takes one person to come out with a rumor.
The cycle.
Helldivers 2 coming now. All of a sudden, everybody finna. You know why? It's because there is no gaming news because it's boring now.
Yeah,
PlayStation has won. Right, they've won. They've won, and so now people are looking for other fights. And I've always said, PC is this whole different space. PC should not be compared to consoles because you got consoles in the space, but you got PC dudes who dabble in the console war, right? And these are the former Xbox guys, right? The disgruntled. Now that they went out and bought them a 4070, 4080, 4090. Now they want to be the king and they want to fight against PlayStation and
now they want
everybody else.
PlayStation games without buying a PlayStation.
Now they want to beat their chest, but they're such a minority that it's a non-factor. That's why I say it. As a PlayStation gamer, I don't feel any kind of way. Like, who cares? It's so small.
But it's just so
there's
funny
less than a million people that have bought them.
They will go and spend a whole 4090s, all this other stuff, and then say, "I want PlayStation games. I don't have to buy a PlayStation." It's like, who is the first? We should sit there and feel bad, dude. They're the ones that went out there and spent all that money.
You spent $2,000 for a GPU
because they don't want
just to wait for a PlayStation 4.
Exactly.
And you waited years, and you waited 4 years to play Ghost of Tsushima.
Exactly.
Like, come on, seriously?
Come on, who's doing that stuff? And we should engage with those kind of people that just like,
that's a you problem.
Hey, man, I don't. I bought a $2,000 rig. Here's my RGB lights. Here's all my shit. And now I want the PlayStation games. Like, really? And I'm going to engage.
You spend $2,000 for a GPU alone.
You spent $2,000 to justify yourself to not spend $400.
Your game is supposed to run better than PlayStation.
I don't want to give Sony the money.
It looks dumb for me sitting up here trying to compare my 4090 to anything that for these $299, $399, $499.
I just scroll
like
past and move on, dude, because those are the people, and also too the way Twitter is now with that blue goddamn check mark, people just do say stupid shit just to get people. They must say, I'm gonna say something stupid in the morning at 8:00 in the morning, and then go about their day and come back and look at how much engagement they got. They don't even give a shit about what they're tweeting anymore. It's ridiculous.
No. Here's the thing, Jay. Here's the thing about it, right? My PC is going to sit dormant while fucking the console guys play Grand Theft Auto 6 for a year or two.
Yeah, dude. Talk about and you know
so
what's
that 4090 is going to be useless for the biggest game of the generation. But nobody's talking about this. So why should I feel some type of like? I'm just saying, as a console gamer, as a PlayStation guy, why would you feel some type of way?
Just like with people saying consoles are down, consoles are this. Sony just sold over 200% of last year with their consoles. They're going to be down from 200%. And then why is nobody even looking GTA 6 coming out and what that's going to do for all consoles that it's on, even Xbox? That's why I think Xbox is so stupid for minimizing their console now with GTA 6 coming out, dude.
The thing about it is, though, Jazz,
I can't believe it.
GTA 6 gonna. There's a lot of people who haven't upgraded yet from last gen that are gonna buy a PS5.
Gonna get a PS5 Pro.
You don't need to be a friggin' analyst.
PlayStation got that marketing right for that game.
You don't need to have a degree to realize
they don't even need a marketing deal.
They don't need it
because you know why? The best place to play it next year when they launch
PlayStation 5 Pro.
PlayStation 5 Pro. Has no trick up their sleeve, which they don't sound like they do.
Listen. So why would at this point, like, why would you even worry about PC? Those dudes won't be able to fucking play the game for a year or two.
Why would you
so
talk
does
about
it even matter?
console sales not moving when you got GTA 6 on the horizon next year?
Exactly.
How can you be that short-sighted?
That's going to push 40 million goddamn consoles just from that one game alone.
Exactly. How can you be that short-sighted, and how can you be paid an analyst to be like, oh yeah, console sales are not doing anything. That's why everybody has to put their games everywhere else. It's like GTA 6 is gonna blow up next year.
I want to say one thing, Jez, and I'll shut up.
Yeah, no, we're good.
This is a fake argument and a fake saying that I've been seeing a lot of people run with. They've been running how the console market is just tapped out and is not growing. It's all bullshit. And it's coming from the logic of based around the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 sold 160 million copies. But people won't tell you, right? They won't tell you because that generation they sold that console from one day for 14 years. They literally, it was on sale for 14 years. They dropped it down to
$100 when it was done, dude.
It was one of the only consoles that would ever drop down so low. It was still selling well into the PlayStation 3 generation.
Yeah.
And if you look it up, because I was on another podcast when I said they looked it up. The system launched in 2000 and was it 2001? When did the PlayStation 2 launch? I'll look it up right now
but you're right. Talk about cross gen, dude.
2000.
They could not let that PS. Yeah, they couldn't let that PS2 go. And that was again.
Yeah, it sold from the year 2000, from March 2000, and they stopped producing it in 2013. Let that sink in. That's 13 years. Never ever has any other console been on the market that long. No. So when you talk about 160 million, well, think about it. The PlayStation 3 and the Xbox was on the Xbox 360 was only on the market for 6 or 7 years. Yeah. And then they moved on. And then PS4 generation was on the market for what? Six years. And then after that, this generation probably go on for 6, 7 years. Until we get another 13-year run, we may not ever see 160 million sales. But if you look at the PlayStation 2, where it was in that 6-year span, the PlayStation 3 surpassed it. The PlayStation 4 definitely surpassed it. And the PlayStation 5 is fucking definitely probably close to surpassing it, if not already surpassed it. So it's a fake argument to say, oh, the console market is just shrinking and it's capped out. It's no. People there's about 300 to 400 million console gamers in the market, right? They share. That's a pot. PlayStation generally gets around 100 and call it. I'm gonna just say 130.
But why all of a sudden they stop counting the PS4 with the PS5? As soon as the PS5 comes out, it's all right, start at 0. It's but what about the PS4?
Yeah, that's not how that really works.
A cumulative type of thing, right?
Absolutely. Because here's the thing: we see MPD every month. It still calculates PlayStation 4 as being sold.
Even in Japan. Look at this PS4
exactly.
in
Japan. People don't know, but the console is still being produced.
Yeah.
Right, and so
it's still selling.
until they discontinue it and stop selling it from a retail standpoint, it's just gonna keep going. But the numbers are generally 8,000, 10,000 here. It's a small number compared to the millions that PlayStation sell. So it's a dumb argument to have because we're not using apples to apples. Now, will we ever go another 13?
No, wait. Now, what about mid-gen refreshes and all that shit? It's never going to.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, granted, during the PlayStation 2 run, these guys, it was a Blu-ray player, DVD. I'm sorry, a DVD
had the
player.
memory cards and all that shit.
Yeah, it was a DVD player. So that was a new medium that came out, and that's when movies really started thriving. People started moving from VHS to DVD. So that gave it legs. People were buying it just for it.
Yes,
I bought one exclusively just to have in my car because I had screens in my car, and it was the cheapest DVD player you could find.
Player out of the box. Xbox, you had to buy a DVD kit.
Exactly.
Came with a remote and a plug.
now everybody streams things. So guess what? Now that's one less reason for people to have to buy.
Well, JDub, the thing is,
for
though,
those particular reasons.
What's interesting is that actually now it's just a gaming device. Like there's no big media shift that the consoles will leave. Like we had Blu-ray and 4K.
Got to survive off a game.
Yeah, it survives off of games. There's no 4K discs. There's no Blu-ray discs. There's no DVDs. There's no media that is going to propel these consoles that, like, hey, even in TVs, there's no 4K kind of leveling off. There's no 8K is not doing shit. So really the TVs, the media, there's nothing to also combine into consoles to kind of push this stuff. The consoles now have to survive on just games. Games are the most important thing. They're just gaming devices.
The biggest take was the difference between standard definition to high definition.
High definition, that was a big one too.
That was the biggest take, right?
That was a 360.
And so, absolutely. After that, it kind of tapered off because we're still we still talk about it
like
now.
HD did
exactly, but that goes to my point. We hear this conversation all the time. Well, when is the big boost and the big jump going to come from? When are we going to have that PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2 boost? Here's the thing. I don't think it is ever going to come. And the reason why is because a lot of people have already played on PC. And once you played on PC, you have that high fidelity. So then it's hard to see the bigger boost. But if you've just been a console guy, you've seen a big boost. You've seen oh man, this is
also
nice.
The
this
frame
is
rates,
nice
like the whole big thing with the frame rates and VR and shit.
You can play You can play VR. You can play Call of Duty at 120. This generation is really nice.
Yeah,
I think the having the PC talk is kind of dampening and it's lowering what you get from the console. You cannot get the performance that you got out of these consoles for anywhere near the price.
Well, that's the thing that Sony needs to continue to demonstrate because Xbox has missed that opportunity, and they really that's what Hellblade 2 should have been. That game that's like, yo, look at this game running on a Series X. Equivalent PC is going to cost like twice the amount, 3 times the amount.
Absolutely.
And Xbox is doing this, and that's where they missed that opportunity.
You just talked about Ghost of Tsushima, right? The system requirements on PC. But guess what? We've been playing fucking Ghost of Tsushima for the last 4 years on our PlayStation 4s and PlayStation 5s.
That's 60 frames. And maybe it's checkerboard or whatever it was. Like,
who cares?
Who cares?
PC has checkerboarding too. DLSS,
I know, right?
FSR,
that's hilarious, JDub, in that conversation, because I remember it was about native 4K all the time, and it was fake 4K, right? And now all of a sudden, all the GPUs now, they all have their own like tweaks and FSR and all. Oh, so nobody does native anymore? What happened? I thought it was just clean.
When
native.
Digital Foundry
everybody's
came
a tricks
out,
now.
When Digital Foundry came out, it said like Cyberpunk runs DLSS runs better than native 4K.
Yeah, that was it.
I said that was the end of the whole checkerboard narrative.
Yeah,
that shit
that's what they used to make fun of. They used to say like, "This is native 4K."
They used to make fun of consoles for using the trickery.
Dude, it was remember true 4K and then native 4K. True wasn't native though. True was updated, was like checkerboarded, but native was native.
Well, and Jez, what most people won't tell you is the majority of PC gamers don't even game at 4K.
No, I don't.
Majority of them still game at 1080p and 1440p. Yeah, I'm just saying, just in general.
Wait,
right?
but like, JDub also too. Then they're playing at sub, high definition on 540p on a Steam Deck. On Steam Deck, let's drop all that resolution down. Nobody talking 1080p anymore.
Exactly. But we know what it is, though. It is. It's back to what I said. It's the I'm superior because I went out and spent X amount of dollars.
Right, man.
But if I go and say, hey man, you got a shitty Honda Civic or a Kia, and I'm comparing my Lambo to it, like that makes me look dumb as fuck.
I
right?
know.
Why would I
do? Like, why?
Look how much I spent for it, right? You spent $400,000 on a fucking car. Dude. It better look better. It better run
bring
fast.
Your Lambo to like a Honda Civic meetup or some shit like that. It's like,
exactly.
Look at your trade.
That's what PC. That's what PC. The PC argument is about. PC generally in the past has been NVIDIA versus AMD. But
JDub, this went all the way back. Jay, this went all the way back. Remember the 360, and it was all about it can't run Crysis. Remember, it was back then. It's always when the consoles launch, PC always seems to be like, oh no, you're not going to be more powerful at a lower price than my rig. It's always that thing. And now the main thing that has happened is that they've taken the console people from Xbox, and Xbox has made them PC players. And like you said, they're more disgruntled Xbox guys. That's why they're so eager. Whenever the words PC come out of PlayStation's mouth, it's always like, oh, it's day one. Yeah. And it's just like, they're just doing that because they don't want to buy a PlayStation and they want the PlayStation games. Hey, you want to juke and jive and cartwheel down the hallway?
No, they don't want to
justify it. Hey,
it's back to what he said. It's just like my brother on the panel. He said they don't really like PC gamers. Don't really buy PlayStation games like that when they come out. Right? The sales are really like sub 1 million collectively, so that they're not really buying it. It's not that they want the games. It's just the fact that they get to say that they have PlayStation games. Right? They like it's like I said. It's the disgruntled Xbox. It's the the former Xbox guy that went out and bought a PC. Now he wants to fucking sit here and get back at Sony for what he did to Xbox.
Like what PlayStation guys did at Sony, going, "We have your games." When Phil put them
exactly.
On it's the
Listen, majority of my PC homies, they don't fuck with console games like that. They play totally different games. We've been playing Escape from Tarkov, Ready or Not. We've been playing, fucking DCS, Settle Course. So it's real PC games.
I love, like, I think PC, having a PlayStation and a PC is the best, and I have a Switch too, but like, I got a Legion Go, I got the Portal, like, I think that's fine. Like,
ROG,
the thing is
ROG,
I'm like, just, if Microsoft made the console worthwhile, I would have that as well, and it boggles my mind how irrelevant they made their console for something they promoted that they just wanted to kill it off. Like, if you just want to kill it like you're doing, just rip the Band-Aid off and say we're done. Why you keep stringing things along and doing this stuff? And right now, there's no way. Xbox is not coming back. It's never going to be the same thing. But the problem, my concern is with them, is that I don't want them to go buy up the industry and make game quality dip because they're focused on something besides games. And it's too late. They already started doing it. So that's why I'm hoping, and this is where my fear was, and I brought up in the show last week, was that I hope they don't use this whole Sea of Thieves on the PC and all Sea of Thieves on PlayStation as all groundwork for them to get ready to buy somebody else and going, we're just going to put it everywhere. And now we're good.
I don't think, I'm going to be honest. I think their purchasing days,
I hope
when it comes
done,
to that, it's over. And I'm gonna tell you why it's done, because I think they've lost the backing of their fan base. I think the Xbox fan base was sitting up watching C-SPAN trials and arguing with politicians and Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and all.
Oh my God! They were,
they were really, tapped into it because they thought that by the ABK deal closing, they thought that the Xbox console would be able to come back. And then once the deal went through, Satya said, fuck that. We putting games everywhere. And COD may not even go into Game Pass. They may put some of the older CODs in there.
It's gonna be interesting to see what the kind of COD flex they do. If they put all their old COD games in there one bulk in June, or they trickle them out one a month, and what they do with the brand new one. If they put that in there day and
they
date.
should have been listen, I'm gonna be honest. The very next day after that deal closed, I would have been putting this game in Game Pass right now.
Hell yeah!
And next month we're gonna have this card, and then and they had a year worth of fucking COD games to kind of struggle.
And then they just put Diablo in there, and what sucked is that the way they did Diablo was they did it sort of like an apology noise thing, like as a damage control for their podcast.
Goodwill.
Yeah,
he didn't buy him
it was like a goodwill gesture instead of being that game. And
it was the wrong time because you can't just give me. And here's the problem: when that happened, people had already went out and spent $70 on Diablo when it came out.
Yeah, so it doesn't affect. Yeah, it didn't make anybody happy either.
So if I've already spent $70 on this, I own this game already, so it's not doing anything for me in Game Pass because Diablo was a huge game when it came out. Like a lot of people really bought it, right? It was like one of the big talked about games.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I just
man.
Damn, poor management, dude.
It's always been the thing. Let me get this last member channel. We're gonna head out. Yeah, man. Epic show, man. Incredible. We got Josh Ayers, member for 13 months. He's a golden grinder, and he says, Jez, the industry is shrinking. I know put games on a console that already has sold, already has console users. That's not growing the industry you go outside to bring in. Let's see. That's all over the place. Jez, the industry is shrinking. I know put games on a console that already has a console users. That's not growing the industry you go outside to bring in. I kind of get the gist of what you're saying, Josh, but it's late. I don't know. I don't know if I'm reading it wrong or not what it is, but thank you so much for being a VIP, man. And hey, I want to thank, exactly, Josh. And I'll say Josh is here. Remember when they put Gears 5 in gold, like the last good game they put in gold as an apology for doubling the price. But man, shout out to, did we hit 200 likes? I don't even know if we hit the 200 likes. Let me see. We're close to it. We're at 9
hit that like
left.
button.
Dang, hit that like button, man. We got 9 left for 200. Epic show. My goodness. What a pleasure. JDub, what a surprise. I didn't even know. I appreciate you coming on the show, man. You're always welcome here. And you were grinding those gears. I was letting you cook, man. You had 2 grills going. Fucking JDub had 2 grills going, man. He was going. I was like, let him go. Yeah, thank you so much. That's what it's all about, man. About quality
always
games.
Appreciate being over here.
Nah, man, I appreciate it, man. Thank you again.
Game. Listen, quality games will beat everything.
That's it.
It'll.
No matter where you go.
I've always said this, man. I honestly believe Nintendo will outlast anybody because Nintendo does what it always does.
Yep.
And that just create fucking great games. And guess what?
Right,
People
man.
will fucking go and bomb, so it don't matter.
Yep, that's right. Well, shout out to JDub. Thanks again for coming on. And then shout out to Lynx and Frogs for coming through. Again, the Game Grindhouse. And you know what? Since it's Stella Blade, I see Cephalon Show, one of the VIPs, requested a nice Stella Blade musical outro. And yes, I'll run the credits. And good night, everybody. Hit that like button. Thank you again for all the support. And keep it locked here at the Gaming Grindhouse. Epic show tonight. And we're going to end it with some epic song from Stella Cheeks in the house. Here we go. We can hear my song. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it. You're going to hear it on your end. But let me get the Stella Blade. Here it is. Stella Blade Anthem. Let's rock it out. Good night, everybody. Hit that like button. Let's go. Stella Blade Friday. Let's get the video going. Let me share it out. Let me get the screen going.
In the world where darkness rules the day, one hero stands amidst the fray. With a power no one can deny, she fights for what is right. Through the fires and the darkest night, he emerges fearless and bright. With the weapon in her hand, she'll fight to reclaim humanity's light. Stella Blade shining in the sky, beacon of hope as the world collides. With the strength and heart, she takes a stand for the future of humanity, hand in hand.
Oh yeah!
In the aftermath of fire and flame, we rise from the ashes, unbroken and untamed. A post-apocalyptic world where beauty meets despair, a visual spectacle, surreal and rare. Giant, a universe both haunting and divine, a symphony of light and darkness entwined. Explore the depths, unravel the unknown. In this sci-fi
There it is, Gaming Grindhouse Records. Again, if you want access to all the songs and when I make them day one, upgrade to Ultimate Grinder. Trust me, you get some great songs and you get to hear them and watch the videos before anybody else and get to vote on what everybody gets listed on the show. But thank you again, everybody. What a great show, epic show. We hit the 4-hour mark. I think that's one of a very rare one, but man, it was a high energy show, passionate gamers talking about great games and talking about our experiences. And again, it's about quality games. That's about all it is. Great games, you'll go play where great games are and spend your hard-earned money. And I want to thank you again for all your support. And guys, we'll head out, guys and girls. We are out of here, Gaming Grindhouse. Keep it locked here every Monday and Gaming Bites throughout the week with music dropping for all the Ultimate Grinders. Thanks again, everybody. Good night. Peace.